The May 15th, 2025 hearing for the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission is now called to order. And if I could please have everyone silence any audible devices you may have. And if you would please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to thank everyone for joining us this morning. And could I have a roll call?
Good morning. Mr. Erickson? Present. Ms. Craig? Here. Ms. Shelley? Here. Mr. Costa?
Here.
Ms. Bush?
Here.
Mr. Sixma? Here. Mr. Mills?
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Summers. Okay, we do not have any minutes this morning for discussion, so I'll move right into the explanation here. If anyone would like to speak for or against the cases being heard today, if you could please fill out a form at the back of the dais here and hand it to Ms. Summers to my immediate left. And we will be limiting you to a 3-minute time limit. After the comments have been heard, I will give the applicant an opportunity to address any concerns the speakers have and answer any questions the commissioners may have. And at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Sawyer for legal comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is for members of the public as well as applicants that decisions by this body on special exception cases and cases which rezone real property from one classification to another pursuant to the zoning ordinance are recommendations only to the county council and do not constitute a final hearing. So new evidence may be introduced at the county council public hearing. Decisions on variances made by this body constitute final action subject to an appeal to the county council. And what this means is that no new evidence may be presented at the time of the county council public hearing on the appeal. An agreed party that appeals such a decision is confined to the record made before this body. Hearings by this body on rezonings, special exceptions, and variances are quasi-judicial in nature, meaning that this body is acting more like a court and must take into account all oral, written, or demonstrative evidence presented. Their decisions on these cases must be based on competent substantial evidence on the record, and competent substantial evidence has been defined as that evidence a reasonable mind would accept to support a conclusion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Soria. And while we're on legal comments, I'd like to ask the commission to disclose for the record any ex parte communications that have occurred before or during the public hearing at which a vote is to be taken on any quasi-judicial matter. And I'll start with my immediate right with Mr. Urson.
I have none.
None.
I do. Case S25001 and V25023, I spoke with the applicant on that one. Also on case V-25030, also spoke to the applicant there, as well as case V-25-033.
I have none.
I spoke to Mr. Eric Allen on case V25029, just a phone conversation.
Okay. And I also had a discussion with Mr. Posey for case S25001 and V25023, and I also spoke to Mr. Lewis on those cases. Okay. Do we have any items to be withdrawn or continued? Okay. All right, we do have some unfinished old business, so if I could get Ms. Shelley to read the first case into the record.
Yes, sir. Case S-25-001, a special exception for a recreational area on prime agriculture A1 and resource corridor RC zoned property.
And we do have a companion variance to go along with that. Would you like, we can hear both of those at the same time?
Yes, sir. Case number V-25-023, variances to the minimum yard requirements on prime agriculture A1 and resource corridor RC zoned property.
Thank you, Ms. Shelley. And I think this is Mr. Ashley. You handling this morning?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Commission and Council. This item was continued at the PLDRC hearing of March 20th, 2025 to allow the applicant time to address concerns from adjacent property owners. The applicant met with those owners on April 1st, 2025, at which time he offered additional conditions to limit the Number of events to 5 per calendar year. The events will be provided to the county by December 1st of each year, with events starting at no sooner than 10 a.m., with a registration to begin at 9 a.m. Dogs will not be roaming during the event, and during events there will be a 3-minute time slot for jumping, and then there were weekly lessons on one-on-one training with dogs remaining on the leash at all times. And the applicants also offered to increase the landscape buffer requirement along the front of the property. Again, this is a special exception, and a companion case related to it is for a recreational area to operate a dog diving pool and training facility. This property is a 10.56 acre parcel in the north east of DeLand. It is located on split zone property that is zone A1 prime agricultural and RC resource corridor. The proposed use includes weekend events, weekly training sessions, and includes as we noted, a companion variance case for reduction in the location requirement for the recreational area. We should be for you a email from a Dwight Lewis, who's an adjacent property owner, where there apparently came to some agreements, which I would leave to the applicant and Mr. Lewis if he's here to explain. At this time, though, staff is still maintaining their original recommendation of denial of both cases.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ashley. Any questions for staff? Seeing none, is the applicant present? Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Joey Posey, 420 South Nova, attorney for the applicant. There it is. And I guess to echo where staff, just to give an update and walking through the presentation again is probably the best, since I think we have 2 members that have not seen this in its totality. But to give a quick update, we had a meeting with the adjoining owners. We had the owner across the street, the owner directly to the north, the owner directly to the south. And tried to work through issues. We've come to an agreement with the owner to the south. We have an agreement with the owner across the street also, but he's actually had an emergency, and he's taking care of his wife with a medical emergency. So, he's not here to speak for himself. And but I do have the applicant who's had several conversations with him too post that meeting. And I believe the adjoining owner to the south has also spoken to him. But the owner to the north, again, we're here to try to solve problems, and if there's anything we can do to help, we're happy to. But sometimes just disagreements, and you agree to differ. So that being said, I think I'm going to walk through the presentation, and again, I don't think I was very detailed about this part of the presentation the last time that we went through here. This is A1 property, and as part of A1's property's entitlements, that one, you do have a limited use of boarding of dogs. There's no boarding that's being proposed here. Just don't get me wrong. It's just trying to give a sense of what's allowed by right to occur on this property. And one of the more, intrusive and impactful uses is outdoor entertainment events, which are permitted by right. And that permission by right is for any event over 500 people. And there's criteria that are outlined in the code that are explicit as to how you receive that permit. It's not a PLDRC approval. It's not a council approval. It's a permitted right that you walk through and you fill out the application, and I'll show you a copy of it when I get to it. Some of the requirements are interesting too. So if you read section 10-62 of the outdoor event requirements, you have 60 days notice to the county with a completed application and meeting the requirements of how it's laid out. But you provide for sanitation, sewage disposal, security, traffic control, parking, they're delineated on a site plan. Interestingly enough, parking can be off-site, so you don't even have to contain your parking on the site that you're having the event. Artificial lighting is allowed. And you also have hours of operations that can take you to 2 a.m. That's explicit in the code. And you're also allowed amplified noise, of course, within the noise ordinance as it lays out, but it calls out amplified noise as being a right that you can exercise. this is a copy of the application. It's several more pages than that, but if you look through that application, there's actually some interesting questions it asks you. First one would be, if you're having live entertainment, who are your performers? And then it goes into if it's a parade, a pedestrian race, such as a 5K, which I imagine would attract a lot of people. Is alcohol being sold? Which is another question. And then it asks in detail the points of sale and how that delineated on your plan. Asks about fireworks. It asks about vendors and just delineating the vendors. And again, these are questions to just be representative of what you're allowed to do. It's not a question of whether this says don't do this. And the last one I think is more interesting too is that asks if you can do tattoo or if you're having tattoo or body piercings, and if you are, delineate them. So I think I didn't do it much of a service the last go around here to really hammer home that this is an explicit permitted use by right in the A1. And why do I bring this up? And the obvious answer is we're not doing any of that. We're not doing more rights or events more than we're permitted to. I mean, we've come down to 5, so I think in the hypothetical world where you want to maximize those outdoor events, you could definitely do more than 5. No amplified sound. Hours of operations are far more limited than that, and there's no need for artificial light because we're doing it during the day. And most of these events are going to occur during the longer daylight hours during the summers and into the early fall. Also, wanted to point out too, this is very close to the DeLand Airport, which is an industrial district. Of course, it doesn't necessarily speak to the uses on Marsh Road, but we're only a handful of properties away from that industrial district, which, if you read the DeLand code, says it's in the wholesale warehousing and industrial needs. So maybe now back to dive into the timeline, and for the other members that weren't here, the current property owner attempted to get a pool permit late in 2023 for dog diving and swimming lessons. They've always made sure that their intent is clear as to what they intend to use for the pool. Again, these are just normal neighbors that went in for a pool permit, and if you see the pool, it's fairly obvious that this isn't necessarily a residential pool. But the only clarification they were given as part of that permitting process was guardrails on the side of the pool, which, again, they were trying to be responsive to. As we've gone through this process, we've always encouraged staff or anybody who wants to attend these events to come out and, just understand it. Because I think just when you hear dog diving, it's unknown to me, it's unknown to other folks, and it's not a performance. It's not a rock concert or anything like that. And, again, we were very clear that, that first July meeting was a little ambitious. And, since then we've been, it had an RV. This is what started the code compliance. There was an RV there. They were friends. There was a food truck. But again, this is something that we've tailored back, and we've made clear in the special exception as to not allowing those as permitted uses or as ancillary to this use. Staff really, and when you look at the staff report, really talks in terms of adjoining owners and their objections. Again, when you're talking about the special exception, I really think you should read that in totality when you're talking about how it impacts owners, but also how what other rights you're allowed to use it, because everything's a little bit relative. And again, that's not to say that we don't want to work with owners, because that's exactly why we continued the last meeting. It's important to note again that we received an approval for a pool. Again, it's no defense necessarily, other than it wasn't malintent. It was attempting to try to do the right thing, pull the permits, thinking that this is what we need, and by implication of proceeding with a special exception, we have the 50-foot requirement from the setback on the side yard, which is Mr. Lewis's property to the south. So he's the most impacted owner. If you, again, try to look just maybe at the development pattern out here, there are some, principal uses that are closer to the side yard than this use. Doesn't necessarily change the intensity of the use, but it arguably is consistent with what we got out there. trying to be conscious of the location. Again, the adjoining owner to the north has his property very close to his southerly line and his westerly line, so locating the pool didn't make sense up there. There's some FP&O lines out there too, so you're really constrained by its location with some existing conditions. Thinking that this would be the probably the safest, but also the most reasonable location to try to use this right. Just gives you a sense of the distance. I tried to do my best with an aerial here, and we're talking just from the property lines themselves, 300 to 400 feet in those two directions there. And again, I didn't map Mr. Lewis's since the variance request speaks to that side yard, but there's quite a distance. We have no issues with the staff recommended conditions. Also with the staff's, the amended conditions that we had offered, again, and a showing of good faith and a showing of working with the neighbors. That's the whole goal here. We want to do the right thing too, because at the end of the day, everybody's got to get along, which makes me, at least, I like the promising dialogue that's occurred, that at least they have a contact, at least they can communicate, especially the owners to the south and to the across the street. And again, we would never close off any open dialogue with the owner to the north too. So it's keeping that dialogue going, because at the end of the day, neighbors have to be neighbors too. Again, the pool, it would meet the setback requirements if it didn't have to proceed with a special exception for this use. It's still on the table as of last meeting too, that if the shed is an issue, again, we understand, and the shed isn't as big of a concern, we can relocate that, and I can understand some reluctance maybe where the shed's location is. The pool is a very difficult move just because it's as part of that permitting process, it was proposed to be anchored into ground with concrete. So that difference in space, that's a huge expense and cost for something that, had it not by the implication of this use, or had it been clear to the applicant when we were making the permit application, when he was very clear about its intended use, then that 6 foot could have been moved 6 feet. It is what it is. And again, I don't know what had transpired since that point, but that's how we found it today. I had mentioned the pool and the variance. Has no issues. Yep. It's some of the clarifications that I think were not clear in the last time we had the staff report, but these were mentioned at the last meeting. Is again, I think we have a disagreement as to what a dog training facility is, but again, it's one-on-one training out of your home. It's not a big facility. It's not for people coming and going all the time. They have a set hour at most, and there's only a handful of one-on-one trainings, and that's been going on for years. That's not why we're here or why this has transpired to the point it has. It's the events part of it. The timeline is there that we spoke to the last time. Again, the noticing and the late October and the application for this special exception, and some of that timing just made it very difficult with commitments. But again, that's not an excuse. It's just being transparent about how the facts played out. But again, we've always kept open communication, trying to do the right thing, trying to just figure out ways to solve problems. That's simply why we're having these conversations, and why we keep having those conversations, because we still want to do the right thing. Because again, neighbors have to get along with neighbors. Those are the clarifications that are staff conditions that we have no problem with. Again, the rumors, I think that that the events were every weekend. No, that's not the case. At this point, it's five weekends, which will be identified the year prior. Loud music all the time? No, there's not. There's no amplified music, even though by right they could have an outdoor event permit and have amplified music. There's food trucks creating noise. Nope, no food trucks. We'd love to have one, but again, if it's a sticking point with neighbors, then we're not looking to do that. Our position is we think food trucks will probably keep folks there, but again, it's doing the right thing, trying to be accommodating to neighbors. This will be an RV event. No, there's no RVs allowed. The only RVs that were there were the July event, and those were friends of the owners, and they were there to celebrate their opening. And since then, there have been no RVs. Here's some pictures of the event, how it looks. The meeting with the neighbors, I guess, is the most immediate update. And again, we had the discussion, and we agreed that 5 calendar events is fine. We're happy to do that. We're happy to notify the county. We're happy to, again, if we're not keeping in with the special exception, it lapses. This retroactively lapses, which wouldn't be the case with a outdoor event permit. Again, trying to keep dialogue with the immediate neighbors and how to address concerns. A value was one that was brought up to the neighbor of the north. We went ahead and tried to find some situated properties, that one in New Smyrna, and I think a couple in a couple other counties, because this is a little unique, this use, and the argument is that values are going to be impacted, and there's no correlation to that. We went and looked. We tried to even compare it against the county averages, and I can understand not liking something, but factually, in terms of values and the numbers, it just there's just no correlation saying that this use is somehow dropping values. We've got plenty of neighborhood support, and even it's hard to see, but some of these letters are from folks on Marsh Road too. Besides the mostly impacted neighbors, it's folks that understand what they do. They understand that it's something that can be a benefit to the community, and done the right way, I think could be a great use on the property. Again, more letters, and just to wrap it up and to maybe address concern or comments is that this is a much better alternative than the outdoor event permit, and also just from the nature of the use, it makes sense. It's allowed by right in A1. I don't see that in the staff report or its point being addressed, but I think there was more of a focus on the immediate impact to the neighbors. And again, I can understand that, which is partly why we're here and why we had the continuance and to continue the dialogue. There's no certainty or control outside of the neighbors' input with a special exception. That's why we're here with a special exception. We think it's the right way to do it. And like I said, we have no objection to the staff recommended conditions, even as modified. And we're trying to do the right thing. And we have several folks here again in support, and again here to, if need to, talk to what they do or just give you some clarity or some color as to what this is, and how it isn't a kennel, how it isn't a boarding facility, or how it isn't a major operation. It's just a husband and wife that want to have events 5 days a week, or five. Let me clarify: 5 weekends out of the year at most. And with that, I'm here to answer any questions, or again, just trying to feel out concerns and do the right thing. So. I'll yield my time.
Okay. Mr. Costa, you had a question?
I do. Good morning, Ms. Posey. Came a long way since the first presentation.
I appreciate that.
I just want to clarify. So your client has no problems with the 16 recommended items on the special exception case, correct?
Correct.
And what if we threw a 17th one in there? Basically that this is subject to a 12-month review to make sure that all these recommendations are being followed?
I have no problem with that. I think that's a good condition.
You're okay with that?
Yeah.
All right, so we'll add that at the end as a 17th. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Bush, you had a question?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Thank you for your presentation. I was not here during your March presentation, so this was a very good overview for me. I do have a couple questions just for clarification purposes. First, was the pool ever permitted originally?
Yes.
Okay, and it was permitted as a residential pool, correct?
That's the county's position, but it's hard to back into that answer.
Okay. How many people usually attend these events?
Oh goodness. I think if I remember correctly, what was it? Brad,
If I could get her to come forward, please. Let's get on the mic. Good morning. If I could get your name and address for the record.
Tammy Montgomery, and I'm at 3098 Marsh Road. I'm co-owner of Legacy Diving Dogs.
Okay. There was a question is how many people would attend normally attend the events? Is that correct, Ms.
That
Bush?
is correct.
On average, so we had about 30 cars over 9 hours.
So roughly how many people?
That would equate to somewhere
Is that 2 per car or 1 per car plus the dog?
It could be 1 to 2 per car, because like a lot of husband and wives do
Understood.
this together.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Do we know when the pool was permitted?
Yes, it was early.
I apologize if I missed that.
2024, is that correct? 2020? A permit was issued 2023.
Okay. Was that when it was installed, or was it done after the fact?
It was, no, it was, well, its construction started late 2023 into 2024.
Okay. So that's when it was installed. And it is above ground, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Last question. Thank you, Chairman. I apologize. There was a statement in the staff report that discussed landscape requirements
Yes,
to
that's
meet
correct.
buffering. And right now it says that there is no landscaping on the east and south, and that was one of the suggestions to staff. However, it is not a condition in the staff report. I would like to see that being added.
Okay.
So would you be amenable to an 18th condition?
Yeah, to the extent that we install landscaping, I think the goal is to shield the neighbors. So, I mean, we have no problem with that. It was east and south, correct?
Correct. And I
yes.
believe the neighbor that
I-
was the most vocal was to the south. So I just want to make sure that,
Well, that's true. He's also the neighbor that we've come to an agreement with now.
okay. Understood. That is all the questions I have, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bush. Okay, I had a couple questions here. You mentioned, you said events per year will be limited to 5 per year.
Correct.
But then you said it this time. So my
We'll strike the
question-
last part.
It is. So what I don't want to happen is if you get your foot in the door, then try to
Oh, of
add
course, of
additional
course.
events. And that was one of my concerns there. The other thing too, and speaking with Mr. Lewis, he mentioned something about one of the agreements was to one food truck so people wouldn't be traveling.
Honestly, we would love that. But I'm feeling out neighbors. If we could be allowed it, we'd love it. We think it makes sense, and we think it keeps people at the site. But I don't want to cause any more heartburn with folks if that is somehow, the boogeyman in the room.
Got it.
So that's why we wrote it the way we did it, and I didn't disturb the condition.
Okay. All right. Maybe we'll get into further discussion in that in a few minutes. The other thing too is the annual, get back to Mr. Costa's comment on the annual review.
Yeah.
Because of the timeline violations, I would definitely like to see a review in a year, but you don't have any problem with that, correct?
Nope, not a problem.
Okay. All right. We do have some public participation forms. I'll give you an opportunity for
Excellent. Thank
rebuttal once we've heard those from the citizens, and
I appreciate
so
it.
we'll
Thank
go
you.
from there. Okay, we're going to start off with our David Bricola. And Ms. Summers, if I could have a 3-minute time limit on their conversations.
Good morning, everyone. My name is David Procolo. I'm here to speak on behalf of Legacy Diving Dogs. About a year ago, in July, I went there for the first time and met these wonderful people. And they taught my dogs, which are rescues if it matters, to swim. And now we go to dock diving events, me and my wife, and we love it. We love it so much. We're now that we're empty nesters, it keeps us out, keeps us busy. But it's really great, and we really like it. Unfortunately, I don't live in DeLand, and I hope that doesn't discredit my speaking to you. But I do come to DeLand every time there is an event, and I do spend my money in DeLand when it happens. So I just, I'm for this, and I'll do what I can do. I'm very passionate about it. Thank you for hearing me, and I would like to say, this is a good thing for a lot of people,
All right.
and animals. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Rebecca Bacola? Good morning. Could I get your name and address for the record?
Yep, Rebecca Brocolo, address 506 Tulane Drive in Altamont Springs, Florida.
Okay. You'd like to speak on
I
this?
would. That was my husband, obviously, same last
Okay.
name. But yeah, we've been going to Legacy. It's really great. We do have rescues. The confidence that this brings to the dogs is just, it's unmatched. The services they provide are unmatched. I've been to events. I know that, something was brought up about noise. It's, being right there next to the pool with the dogs, like all the dogs, it's not loud. Like when they're telling you, hey, it's your time, you can't, it's hard to hear them. You have to be close. So, for me, I've never experienced any type of excessive noise. Again, they are so great, and we do. We come, we spend our money here, and it's just, it would be a shame if this was taken away.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Eric Allen? Oh, I'm sorry. I've got the wrong one here. Okay, where am I at here? This is, let me get it straight here. Make sure I've got everybody on the right. You can speak to that one if you like. Okay, Mr. Roland Simmons. I thought I had it separated.
Name's Roland Simon, 3200 Marsh Road. I'm the bad neighbor that doesn't agree to any of what the lawyer said. We met at my house. We had a good conversation. I gave him my opinion, and he got the other opinions of the other people. Property value definitely goes up because we have a beautiful neighborhood and everything else. But if I want to go sell my home and there's a big show going on in my home, nobody's going to buy my property. That's my problem with the show that they're having. And the traffic. I live on that road for almost 15 years now, and the traffic is terrible with the dump trucks, the log trucks and everything else. And just happened when we met that day, the lawyer and the neighbors, an hour later, somebody flipped the trailer and knocked his pole out in front of his house. So the traffic is an issue, and I think if something happens over there and people are going to be curious to look over there, we're going to have a lot more accidents. So that's the reason we're against it. I love dogs. I love what they're doing. I just don't love where they're doing it. If they did it somewhere else, I would go to it. But that's the way I feel. Me and my wife, we came here 15 years ago, nice quiet neighborhood, and we enjoy the land and we love it. But it's not going to be that way, 5 or 6 times a year or whatever they want to have it and everything else. So that's the way me and my wife are looking at it, and we appreciate you guys considering whatever you got to do, you're going to do. But that's the way we feel, and I just wanted to point out I was the bad guy. So thank you for everything.
I don't think you're a bad guy, but I do have a question for you, sir. If the other permitted uses, have you looked at those, what they would
Yes,
be
I
possibly
talked
be?
to Dwight, and I understand all that, and I know I made a mistake of buying my land. I learned that last meeting. It's an A1, whatever, and it has rights, and I totally agree with all that, but I still have an opinion, so that's the opinion I'm giving you. If I had to do it all over again, thinking I'm going to move in a nice 5-acre lot, nice, quiet, and it didn't work out, I guess. I bought the wrong place. So otherwise, yes, I understand the rights that they have, and I have nothing against it. I don't want to have problems with my neighbors. I get along with everybody, but I kind of told him from the get-go I didn't want to, and he has reached out to me again to give me these whatever things saying that what the property value and everything, but he's not looking at if I want to go sell the property, and they were having a big show over there with a bunch of people over there. Nobody bought my property. And I spent good money in keeping it up, and the value of it, I wouldn't think would go up for that reason.
All right, sir.
Any other questions?
No, I don't have any other questions.
Thank you very
I
much.
needed to ask you that. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, then we have a Brett Whitson. This is for another case too. Wait a minute, I've got these mixed up. Oh no, this is it. Well, this says, see, this is 25. No wonder I got that wrong. I got to figure that out. Okay, come on. Let me have your name and address.
Brett Whitson, 3030 Marsh Road. I live just to the south of the property. I'm the adjacent property line resident.
Okay.
South end, yes, sir. So they spoke about, they're making a big deal about 5 events per year. What they're failing to tell you is that even on their page, they're advertised, their open hours are from 10 a.m. to 5 a.m. every day. Every day, Monday through Sunday. All right. And they talk about swimming lessons, dock diving lessons, group sessions, one-on-one. This isn't just the 5 events a year. This is daily, every day. So when we come home or when we're at our home, are we not entitled to peace and quiet? Can we not go home and recharge our batteries without being, disturbed from the dogs constantly barking? It's not just the events. Empanada truck is not what's turning us away from this. I don't have a problem with the food trucks. It's the daily operation. As these events come closer, if one's January 1st, December, they're starting their training. They're up in their training. Anyone that's in any type of competitive sport, what do you not do as you're getting ready for competition? You start honing your skills. And that's what's going on, and they're advertised there 7 days a week. Come train with us. We will train you. We will train your dogs. And it's disturbing. It's, 18 years I've had a dog with me more than my family. All right, I'm a law enforcement officer. I'm on my 3rd or 4th canine partner. I love dogs. I'm with them more than humans. All right, without my dog, I wouldn't be still doing the job I'm doing. So, people talk about these dogs need this for their mental health. Humans need mental health too. Humans need a place to sit down, recharge, sit on their back porch, listen to nature, not listen to their dogs. My dog barks from time to time when I'm late on his lunchtime or his dinner time, and I get it, and I try to control that. But I just wanted to bring up that it's not these 5 events. That's what got us here, because accountability and enforcement was brought up last meeting. So we did that. We made complaints. And what happened? Nothing. They were told cease and desist, and they didn't. Their own attorney said, this needs to stop. They didn't stop. So what's going to happen when we lay all these guidelines out there and they continue to do what they want to do? Because that's what they've shown so far, right? They may be great people. I don't know. I have no problems with them. It's what they're doing and where they're doing it. So this is a YouTube video of their event. So this is what goes on. How many dogs are barking? You have to praise your dog. A dog doesn't work just for work, right? This is one doggy here, though. So I could sit here and scream and yell. How I got in the position I'm in was the way I praised my dog. Hey, he did a great job for you. What are you going to do for him? And I freaked out. You scream. You praise him. It's loud. It's obnoxious, but it has to be. Thank you for your time.
I do have a question for you. You said the advertisement was for 7 days a week. For what time?
10 a.m. to 5 p.m. is what their Facebook page says.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, sir.
Okay. Tara Hollister.
Hi, my name is Tara Hauser, and I live at 44600 Farmland Road, DeLand, Florida. I am a behavior counselor. I've been for 12 years. I work for the Victoria Stillwell Academy. I've heard what's been said so far, and I'd like to come at it from a different angle. I work with dogs that have separation anxiety, noise phobias, severe aggression. And one of my biggest recommendations is that those dogs need more enrichment in their life. These are the types of things that dock diving provides. My own dog struggles sometimes. And without this activity in her life, she would be the anxious mess that she is all the time. Now, we, as clients of Legacy, can make our own choices to protect the noise level. And that's exactly what I do when I go to an event like this. If she's loud, she sits in my car. I purposely bought a car that she could sit in and be air conditioned, so that she did not have to be out there making that kind of noise, because I respect the others at the event and I respect everyone that's around. And I think that's what's very important, is that we as clients can support Legacy to make that situation even better. And that's what I wanted to say. But I am in full support of Legacy, as long as we are all here to help. But I want to thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, Catherine Boswell. See what I'm saying? That's why I don't even know what this is for. I'll get it straightened out.
Good morning.
Good
My name is
morning.
Catherine Boswell. I'm one of their neighbors, although not adjacent. I live at 3328 Marsh Road. I've been in actively with dogs for over 30 years, and none of my dogs like to swim. So I'm not a customer of theirs, although I did book a private lesson with them September-ish to see if any of my dogs would like this, and they didn't. But I can tell you that I had no idea they had their event in July. And as I said, I compete in agility and fast cat and conformation. So those kind of things, you know, if you're into something, it perks your ears. I had no idea they had it. And I was home that weekend. I think when I talk to friends for my other dog sports, we always go spend money where we go and trial. So, you know, the people who come with their dogs for lessons or events, afterwards, where's a dog-friendly place to go eat? And that's one of the things I love about DeLand, is it is art-friendly and it's dog-friendly. And so that keeps dollars in our community. It also adds our reputation as being a wonderful, friendly, open community. Like I said, I feel like this is a very low impact ask. They're nice people. They're filling a hole that I took away. I bought the property that used to be Rocking Z Kennel. There was a boarding kennel on my property for decades until 22, when I bought the property and closed that kennel, closed it down. So there's no more traffic from that kennel. There's no more noise from that kennel. So, and this is less impactful, in my opinion, than a boarding kennel. So, thank you so much for your time.
Hey, hold on just a moment. Mr. Costa, you had a question?
Yeah, one quick question. I just want to clarify something. So you are in full support of this?
Yes, I
Okay,
am.
thank you.
I have a question. Tell me again how close you are to the
I'm
property.
4 properties away.
4 properties.
So my property is at the corner of Carter and Marsh.
So you're on Marsh.
Yes, my driveway's on Carter, but
Okay, thank you.
I'm mostly on Marsh.
Okay, thank you. Miss Lisa Holmes? Ms. Holmes, I'll have to ask you to come forward, please. Good morning. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Lisa Holmes. I live at 1431 Sonnet Court in Deltona.
Closer to the mic, please.
My name is Lisa Holmes. I live at 1431 Sonnet Court in Deltona. And I'm here speaking for Legacy. I do have a dock diving dog. I've been doing dog sports for many, many years, and I'm just here to say that this is a premier dock diving facility. My dog is a champion. He went to the nationals, and thanks to the training and of this group and several others across the state, he was able to achieve this. And by traveling around to different states, I've had the opportunity to see many facilities, and this facility is top notch. It is safe. It is secure. The dogs are not getting out. Yeah, they bark. Dogs bark. We all have dogs. They bark. As far as the noise, and as far as having peace and quiet, I'm a retired nurse, and I come home and I worked a stressful job. My neighbors have children, and they play in their pool. And yeah, I come home and they're playing in their pool and they're laughing and they're whatever, and they have a dog that jumps in their pool. But this is just 5 times a year, and it's an event. It doesn't go on all the time. Yes, they have training. I would take my dog once a week for a half an hour, and he gets maybe about 10, 15 jumps, and that's it. And that's training him to jump in a pool. That's it. Just me, just the trainer, just my dog, and then either my son or my husband, because the dogs are never alone. They're never unleashed unless they're on the dock, and the dock itself is all contained. There's a fence all around the facility, so not only can they not get off the dock when they're up at the pool, they can't get out of the facility either. It is so safe, and that's one reason why I take my dog there, for the safety of myself, my dog, and for others. And I know he's not going to get out in the road, and that's pretty much how it is. And then when we go for the training, it's usually me. There's not a whole lot of people. There's not a lot of traffic. And even when we have the events, my husband helped build the pool. So even at that point, it's stellar. It is, in this state of Florida, one of the best facilities for this sport, which is recognized. I mean, this sport is recognized through National Association of Dock Divers and through AKC, and it's not just a flim-flam thing that a neighbor decided to build. This is a dog sport, and if you watch television, you'll see, you see competitions. This is what this is, and it brings people from out of state, and they have learned that Legacy, is the premier site for here.
Thank you. Okay, is Scott Trevison? Good morning, sir. Can I get your name and address for the record?
Good morning. My name's Scott Trevison, 4830 State Road 11. I live a couple miles from the location we're talking about. I work in Daytona, and I drive on Marsh Road just about every day, 2 or 3 times a day. As we all know, that's where we live on State Road 11. That's kind of a shortcut to get to 92, and so that's a busy road, and every day it's busier and busier and busier. We came across Legacy by driving there, and we don't dive. Our dogs don't dive. We have a little Frenchie, so the Frenchies don't really dive, but they do have a training facility, and so that's where we met Miss Valerie, and it's such a convenient location for us. But what I understand, it's in the A1 location, right? So it's actually permitted, so people in that area know that that's what that's for. It's an A1 location. I'm not a dog diver, but I think as a common sense guy, only 5 events a year isn't a whole lot. And when I'm there, when we were training our dog, when we met Miss Valerie, it's just us, one-on-one. And there's nobody there. There's no loud, excessive noise and everything. I would like to hear from the actual property owner on the south of it to see what his agreement has with the new company to find out what's been going on and how they changed. But the traffic, it's going to be a challenge no matter what. But as we know, the roads are always a challenge, But I think when it all comes down to is zoning. If you know you're living in an area that could possibly be there, it's just common sense, Find another place. That's all. But if that's what it takes, that's what it takes. But I think you guys are doing a great job. The patience and professionalism you shows to listen to everybody on both sides. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your service, for all you guys are doing. But I think it's a really good thing. DeLand is known for a lot of cool things, and economically, bringing other people from all over around and spending money. I don't see a problem with one food truck. I think that would actually be a good thing to have an exception, to have just one nice, clean food truck. As we know, there's food trucks, all kinds of food trucks all over this county. I mean, so I'm sure they could probably find a nice, top-notch one. But what a great event. I will support this place as much as I can because I've seen different dog training facilities and they're very kind, very common sense training. And maybe my Frenchie will do some pool diving, but I doubt it. The Frenchies don't swim. But just the professionalism that they've shown, top notch. And I'm in full support of Legacy Dog and Dice. Thank you very much for everybody.
Thank you for your comment. Mr. Brian Fiddler.
Honestly, I think that is, and you guys probably don't understand it a whole lot. I'm more here to talk about on the actual legality of what is allowed out there. People talking about, they're worried about property value. That seems to be the main argument here, and the argument that, it's loud. Well, there is also another dog sport facility in Volusia County. It is called Dog Sports Unlimited. They are out in they're out in agricultural one land. They also run way more dogs than any dogs that have been at Legacy. I can promise you that if you go to an event. No property values out there have gone down. Now, is this because property values skyrocket because of dog stuff? No, I just don't think it has that much of an impact on it in general. It's usually just a thing that comes along as populations increase because dogs increase in those areas in general. You get more people have dogs and want to do things. Sorry, excuse me. Also, the idea of noise is the idea that in the county code, like obviously there's all kinds of things that are put in there. And I could be wrong about it, but I believe there is a decibel limit that was put in there as well that basically equates on agricultural one land. That's like the sound of, if I remember properly, I could be wrong, but the sound of a vacuum on your property basically standing right next to it. And I don't think it's ever reaching those limits again. So in the idea of like, am I not allowed to have a peaceful night? Well, it depends on what you consider a peaceful night and what actually fits into the law at the end of the days. But I can promise you the main complaints of too much noise and things are probably just protected inside of the property rights in general. And those are not being actually violated in any way on those kinds of things. So I just wanted to restate that and everything. So.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, Mr. Dwight Lewis.
Good morning, and here we are again today. I hate that we have to go through all this another time. We were sent home for 30 days to try to figure this out.
Okay, could I get your name and address for the record, sir?
I know, but
Dwight, could I get your name and address for the record?
Dwight Lewis, 860 Carter Road, DeLand.
Okay.
I think we're getting a little bit off on this, the fact that whether we like dog diving or not. I don't think there's anybody in here that doesn't like dog diving, that doesn't like animals and dogs and these things. We all do. It's a matter of fact is, where is it? If it's next to your house, it might not be good. If it's next to your house, it'd be okay for me. But it's not next to yours, it's next to mine. But I'd like to say that Fred has been around and spoke with all the property owners. He sat on my front porch, he and I did, and went over some of these restrictions that might be placed on this. And I told Fred, I said, if I had my druthers, I wish we weren't here. I wish it wasn't there. But if it's there, and if it gets passed, I want to make sure we can live with it. So we set up some of these restrictions, talked about them. I wanted 4 times a year. He wanted 6, so we said, how about 5? I said, that'll work. So we've discussed the issues, and I think the staff has done a good job of putting restrictions in there that meet our needs. I'm not as adamantly against it as some of the people are. Do I wish it was someplace else? Yes. But I also believe in some of the property rights. Well, the guys got up here and said, well, he has the right to do this. Well, he doesn't, or he wouldn't be here. That's one of those things. He wouldn't be here if it was a permitted use under A1. A lot of things are, and this is what worried me, that it may be worse than what this is. So that's the reason I talked to my neighbors too. And we talked about if we win, maybe we lose. Maybe they do one of these other things. So if we have a chance right now to take what's being offered and pare it down so that it meets all of our needs, maybe that's our best bet. But my neighbors that live there, Brett lives in a house I rent to him, so I don't hear all this. Doesn't bother me. I live up the road. And most of the people, if you look at your letters, don't live around here. They live someplace else. Nobody that's a contiguous property owner is supporting. But I understand that we're changing. Everything changes, and we'll live with it however you do it. Thank you for your
Hold on a minute, Mr. Lewis. Mr. Costa, you had a question?
Yeah, I do have a quick question. They keep the term of food trucks keeps coming up, and it's not in the staff recommendations. Where do you stand on that?
Well, I was the one that really kind of sent an email saying that I thought you should have one.
You support that just for the 5 events a year?
Yes.
You would support a food truck
Yes.
there? Okay.
Because you talk about the traffic on this road. If you're pulling in there and you're having a dog diving, you're going to run out for coffee, for donuts, for lunch, for this or that. That just adds more traffic to the road. If they
Okay.
can get that on a food truck right there at the facility, I think that would be better.
Perfect. Thank you.
That would help us.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Lewis, also, there keeps some conversation being brought up about training. One of the things your renters mentioned was 7 days a week, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. I know we've talked about the events, but I don't think we've talked about the training, the actual training that goes on during the week. What is your opinion on that?
Well, I think that's one of the things that a lot of us ignore. We don't pay attention to that. But the fellow that lives there, he does. He lives there. He hears it every day. I know you're going to have training, and one of the questions I asked Fred when we were on my front porch, I said, if we have some other problems, if I come to you and ask you, would you help us with that? Would you listen? He said, absolutely. I mean, I have a good relationship with these people. It's just, this was in my opinion, in the zoning, it's in the wrong spot. But it'll be what it'll be, and we'll live with it, whatever you do.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lewis.
Okay.
Okay, that seems to all the good public participation. Is anyone else would like to speak to this case? Okay, we're going to close the floor for public. No, I'm going to bring the applicant back up for rebuttal. And I do have a few questions for you, sir.
Sure. And I think just to touch on Joey Posey, 420 South Nova, I'm just touch on a few things I heard. Again, Roland, we don't see him as the bad guy. I at least want to say that on behalf of the applicant too. That, he's the neighbor. And again, he didn't move to the wrong place. It's just, the zoning is what it is, rights are what they are, and, it's all relative. But again, regardless of the outcome, there's always an open dialogue and open opportunity. And as part of this special exception, that's part of what we want to stay accountable. We want to keep that dialogue open. If issues arise, that there's an easy way to address them. And the same is true with as we talked about with the additional condition and compliance, that the review is what would trigger anything that he didn't catch or anything he didn't hear. And the same is true if there's a complaint made that, again, we understand. We want to be held accountable if there's an issue. So, I at least want to put that on the record. And, speaking to Dwight's tenants issues, this is the first I've heard of the argument about the dailies being an issue. And, it was not what necessitated the code compliance. So, I went and asked my client, well, how many folks do you typically have a day? She said 3. And she hasn't been doing it since October of 24. So, pending the outcome of here, I don't know if, I don't want to suggest that maybe there's a misunderstanding as to what occurred or didn't occur, but, they do 3. It's never been an issue. They've been doing it for quite a while. They haven't been doing it since in 24. And she did say that in the past that they've had groups, but they're very, very rare. It never happens. And at most it's 3 people. It's not big groups. So, I'm not sure what the Facebook says. And, again, there's been a lot of reverting back to the Facebook posts, but, we're here today to tell you that we haven't been operating since October of 24, which was the representation we made repeatedly to the county through this process. And also that these daily events are nothing more than one-on-one, the lion's share, I mean, and it's at 3 at most a day, and some days there's no one. It's not a big operation. So again, we talk about the scope of this, and I was thinking about this as if this place is a dog training facility, then my house is an Amazon warehouse. So that's not to take away from what the neighbors feel, how passionate they are about this, but we really want to do it the right way and keep listening and trying to create these conditions that give them the certainty they're after. That's why the code exists. That's why we have these conditions, and trying to be good neighbors and get along. So those were my points, but I'm happy to field questions if you have them.
Yeah, we've got some for you. Mr. Costa, you had a question.
I do. When you had your presentation up earlier, the A1 zoning, and the permitted uses by right. Boarding dogs was one of them, correct?
Yeah, within limited, there's limited conditions to it, but yes, boarding dogs under certain conditions
So
is allowed.
then item 4 on here, the operation hours of 7 days a week, 10 to 5 for training, I mean, kind of would fit in that same mold as be a by right type item, you would say?
By right, I would say so, and
Okay.
by impact, fraction.
Fraction, okay. And you heard the comment about food trucks. There's no no recommendation in here. I'm not sure that we need to put it in, but I would imagine that any food truck on site would have to be permitted in and of itself for that particular event. Is how it works. Should be a one-time or short event.
That's correct.
Permitting. Okay. So I don't think we need to add that as a recommendation at this point.
Mr. Chair, you do.
Yes, we do.
You do.
Staff is signaling yes.
Food trucks
Saying
food
one
trucks
food
are
truck.
allowed under the agricultural as a separate special exception. So without a mention in this special exception
Gotcha.
that a food truck is allowed,
All
then
right.
they would have to come back before you for a special exception for one food truck.
All right, so we'll add that as number 17 or 18 or 19. I don't know what number we're at, but
I
yes,
think-
we'll add it in there.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. All right, that's all I had. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Bush, you had a question.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I just want I want to point out that condition number 7 of the staff report says that weekly lessons shall be one-on-one, so there shall be no group lessons.
And that
Is
was was something that came up, and if it's really a sticking point, I mean, my opinion is I don't think it's one way or the other. I mean, does this somehow penalize people that have their husband or another person that wants to be with them? Yes. But if group is, maybe a better way to approach this is group of 3 or more. I'm okay with the one-on-one if that's where we land. But
Mr. Chair, I think that was referring to the number of dogs, not
Right.
group training sessions of like multiple dogs. It's one dog.
One dog training.
And that was my assumption,
Right.
but you had
understood.
said group, so I was assuming multiple dogs. I'm not necessarily associating
that's
the
true.
owners that are
It's
associated with it.
one-on-one, and again, would we love to have 2 dogs? Yes. If one-on-one is the sticking point, and that is a concern I'm hearing.
It's in the conditions. It's
Well,
not a sticking point. I'm just pointing that out to you.
I appreciate it.
Okay. And then I wanted to ask, you did mention that they have 3 a day roughly. Is that Monday through Sunday? Do
It
they
is.
have
that,
3?
That is correct.
Can I ask, do they have more lessons on the weekend than they do during the week?
That would be correct.
Okay. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Okay, Ms. Craig, you had a question.
Yes, thank you. About the number of people who are attending, because this is a new facility, is it so lightly attended because it's new and people haven't become aware of this location?
I don't think so. I mean, I know that some of the folks spoke passionately about this, but it's not really it's a niche thing. And, folks that are in the community know it, and they go to and they travel. It's kind of like I don't know if a dog showing is a better analogy for it, but, it has a very passionate community that goes to these things. I don't expect it to grow. If it does, it would be incremental, but it's not for lack of trying on their part to try to encourage as many people as they can, but it's a niche thing. I mean, I had no idea this sport existed until these folks, so I don't think knowing that it's in DeLand would have changed my opinion about it, wanting to go or not wanting to go. So I don't expect that. I would be very, very hard pressed to think that would be the case. And the conditions too outline, those kind of higher end thresholds too. I think there's a dog limitation in there too. So if it does grow, it self-corrects that. And having the review, having the, really the looming threat of this special exception being revoked, you really have no choice but to comply. So I'm not worried about that. And that again, in terms of the popularity, it's it's still niche.
Thank you.
Okay. I do have a question also. Getting back to the training.
Yeah.
And when it advertises group training, what would distinguish the difference between group training and an event? Because of the amount of people, I would assume.
Right.
And my point there is, if the condition is one-on-one, the advertising a group training would not be
Understood.
sufficient.
And that's something we would correct. And again, this has been in hold and pause since October, so I don't think there was foresight thinking about, well, what does this Facebook say? So in terms of the representation moving forward, it would be one-on-one with the one-on-one dog. So that would be clear, and mentions of the groups. I think it just being explicit that it's focused on the one-on-one dog. It's not group training.
One-on-one dog
Yeah.
with not a multiple trainers, but one-on-one
Agreed.
dog per facility at a time.
Correct.
Got it. I just want to clarify this because it's
I
kind of a
understood.
loophole there.
I understood. I
You
understand.
see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And the other thing too is because of the, this may be a question for staff, because of the previous violations and everything, and if we're gonna review this in a year, what's the extent of the review? Who would do the review?
County council would do the review. We actually did something similar for a Stetson golf facility where we had a kind of unique recreational outdoor use.
Yeah, I was here,
So they
yeah.
operated for a year, and then the application went back to county council. County council reviewed their compliance with the terms of the condition and ultimately kind of approved it to continue. So we take the same model. They would come back a year after we would say site plan approval, which is kind of the administrative approval after they do everything that they say and that they can legally operate. We would take it back to county council. County council would review their conformity with the special exception, the criteria, any valid code compliance complaints, and have the ability to revoke the special exception or impose additional conditions.
So this would go back to either council or maybe even in front of us.
It depends upon how you write the condition. You can have it come back through this process for you to take another review at it, but ultimately it's the county council's special exception permit. Any final action needs to come from them.
Okay. You had a comment you'd like to make? I see you speaking with the other applicant.
Oh, I was just clarifying.
Okay. All right, Ms. Shelley, you had a question?
No, I just wanted to say that I am, I believe in making tighter rather than looser as we start out with something that's new and relatively, I've seen it. I've been to events not there, but in different locations because I have family members who do this. But so I think the tighter we make it, and I'm not saying tighter than what's here, the one-on-one is good and all of that clarification, and then in the review time can go from there and see what happens in a year as far as how it goes. Because it is new. I have been a neighbor that has had to work against, unfortunately, something, and we were able, in my case, to have it prevented, and there have been no regrets about that. So that is just my point of view, and make sure we limit it, and then as it goes and progresses and there are not heightened complaints or whatever's going on, then you can always expand.
Understood.
Or not expand, but loosen, whatever.
Okay. Mr. Costa, you had a question?
Yep, that's my final one. Back to the recommendation. So I just want to read this back to you. If I make the suggestion that we change line 7 to read as follows: weekly lessons shall be limited to one individual dog at a time for training sessions within the hours of the operations. Eliminates the one-on-one gray area, and it's just specifically one animal. You're good with that? Mm-hmm. And then regarding the 17, which would read to allow maximum of one food truck for the 5 events per year only.
Correct.
So that they're not there during the week for the regular training sessions. It's just for the events.
That's perfect.
You're good with that?
That is perfect.
Perfect. All right. Thank you.
Hey, what about 18? Weren't you?
Oh, and the compliance review.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
Got that one. That'll be 18.
Okay. That's okay.
Yeah, we're getting ahead of ourselves.
We're going to talk all this over
Okay.
when we close the floor here. Mr. Urson, you had a question.
Yes, I have a concern about commercial signage. Is there currently commercial signage?
No, I think they have a small sign out there along the, if I recall correctly, it says painted legacy diving. It's almost like
Just to
mural-like.
basically identify the property. I'm wondering if you're advertising out front for traffic to come in between 10 and 5. No, it is more private,
That's
appointment
correct.
only. That's where I wanted to go. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Ashley, you had a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had some suggested language for you on the two conditions that brought forth by Member Costa. I'll just get them in right order here, but I guess 17 would be the food truck. You mentioned maximum one. I would just kind of expand on maximum one food truck may operate on site only during these 5 scheduled dog diving weekend events in compliance with section 72309 of the zoning ordinance. And then for condition 18, suggestion is operation of the dog diving recreational facility approved for this by this special exception shall be subject to review by the county council 1 year after approval of the required final site plan for compliance with the above referenced conditions, other code compliant, any county code requirements, and examination of impacts to the surrounding area.
I have no objection.
If you would save that for when we go to make the motion, so you can reread that back in, please. Thank you.
And I did want to address a comment from Ms. Bush earlier, and when we talked about the landscaping. As part of the site plan process, it is required as a recreational facility, they provide a minimum 30-foot buffer adjacent to other agricultural property. So the eastern boundary, where it's not adjacent to the roadway, and to the south, there is a requirement for 30 feet. And along Marsh Road, there is a minimum 20-foot landscape buffer requirement in the code already for this type of use, recreational use.
That was acknowledged in the staff report, but I would still like it to be so that they do adhere to those requirements. So I would like that to be added to the staff conditions.
Okay.
Was that your comment, Ms. Bush?
That was my response.
I mean, you asked to speak.
Yes, yeah. Thank you.
And no objection from the applicant.
Okay, Ms. Shelley, you had
And
a comment?
I concur with Ms. Bush, and that was one of the things I was going to mention as well. I just wanted to make sure we got that covered. Thank you.
We got to 20.
Okay. I think we got all this. Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, we're going to close the floor for public participation and open up for commission discussion. You had a
Sorry.
question?
Yep. For the applicant, real quick, because we're basically focusing on the special exception, and we're reading both of these together. So on the variance, they've got 4 staff recommended conditions. Any problem with those?
No.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Now we're going to close the floor for public participation and open up for commission discussion or motion. We need to go over these conditions before we get into the motion side of it. So we include those if that's the motion going to be that way. So let's start out with the conditions first. If someone wants to tackle that.
Why not? All right, so on 7, we'll just rewrite it to read, weekly lessons shall be limited to 1 individual dog at a time for training sessions within the hours of operation. And then we're adding condition 17, and I'm paraphrasing, but we'll read Mr. Ashley's into the record, and that would be the maximum of allowing 1 food truck for the 5 events only. And number 18, again, refer back to Ashley to let him read that in as well. That has to do with the agreement to come back in 12 months to reevaluate that they are actually meeting all the conditions that are on here. And then 19 would be the landscape buffer condition to meet or exceed, or actually to meet the landscape buffer requirements as per the site plan. So that's, how many is that? 19 total?
Yeah.
You want to add a 20th? No?
Mr. Ashley, real quick, I'm sorry, Ms. Bush, I didn't mean to speak over you. In the event of a violation for any of these conditions, what happens at that point?
There is already a provision in the code that the applicant, the special exception can be revoked in violation of any of these conditions.
It does not have to come back for review, it can be violated. If it's found that it'd be a code violation, it can be revoked. Am I correct?
It would have to go through the same process. Essentially, for any special exceptions that violates the terms of its conditions, our code does allow the county council to revoke that special exception. Applicant is provided due process to argue otherwise, but here you're basically forcing a 1-year review regardless of any actual found violations.
Okay.
So, we do have a provision in our existing code to deal with suspensions and revocations of special exceptions.
Okay. All right, Ms. Bush, you had a question.
Yeah, just for clarification, I saw that Ms. Summers had highlighted number 10, which talks to the buffer, but I would like to strengthen that to say the installation of the required landscaping in the buffer. So if we could just clarify that, then that might complicate or uncomplicate the additional requests.
Staff have an opinion on that?
Staff knows objection. I mean, it's clear, but if you want that specific language to basically the owner shall meet the applicable landscape buffer requirements in compliance with the code and install said required landscaping materials along the east and south property lines per code.
Can we include a date certain that they do the install as well, or is that going to be a part of the site plan approval?
That'd be part of the site plan approval to get the completion process.
Okay.
Inspections.
And just to clarify, is there a date for that in the staff recommendations, in the conditions?
Date?
Or the site plan approval?
It is not, but I think that would be something you want to add because the special exception is good for a year. So for them to activate, if you want to push them along, then you should probably indicate a certain timeline, 30, 60 days, whatever, to have them make application upon approval by the county council.
Okay.
You want to give a date?
Well, and I don't mind the date. I just want to be sure we don't get caught up during reviews that if there's a delay, that in good faith on these folks, since this will be their first time going through a site plan, and that we don't wind up having to come back here because of an implication of just time. But I'm happy to put a bookend on it, and what do you think, Scott? 6 months?
Well, I don't have a problem with that commission because that would give the time frame to get the application in, review. Depends on, this is, we're not building something per se, so there's not a lot of review to be done.
So within 180 days, is that what you're saying?
180 days from council approval?
From council approval.
To submit a completed application for
I would say
review.
for site plan approval, 180
Well,
days.
she's asking for approval.
Oh, from the date.
See,
Yeah.
this is the, and I've had site plans go for a year. See, that's my hesitation here, and it's really a back and forth, and sometimes it's a function of consultants. And
It is an existing site. You are just adhering to the requirements within this plan.
Agree.
Right? So that's why I don't think that that's too burdensome to add a date certain that site plan is approved in order to meet the requirements that are outlined within the conditions of this approval.
Could I suggest maybe that staff also has the latitude to, in good faith, extend if necessary for the conditions that may not be in control of the applicant?
I mean, we have timelines for submittal. Once you submit, we have a timeline to get out comments. Then we have to wait for responses. So there's no timeline for responses.
Right. And that's what I'm concerned about. That you'll be still having events and things are occurring without actually
Well, they
meeting
shouldn't
the
have any
conditions.
events until
If
the
we have
site
an
plan
event,
is approved.
Okay.
This is
Okay.
over.
Yes.
Understood.
That's clear, number one.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I think 180 days is appropriate, but I'll let the rest of the
180
commission
days
say.
from council approval?
From council approval.
To submit for the
To
site plan.
submit.
Okay. All right, Ms. Craig, you had a question or a comment.
Yes, sir, thank you. Discussion about the code violation, if there is such a thing, and it comes before the council, the county council. How does that come to the attention of the county council? And if it's an annual event of needing reapproval, is that something that's specifically on a calendar that somebody goes out and checks everything's in order, or does it rely on a complaint by a neighbor or someone?
Normal code compliance relies on a non-anonymous complaint by a neighbor. We'll inform in the 1 year provision. Usually, we inform the surrounding neighbors about, hey, this is coming up for review. Gather information before it goes to county council.
Can I also add one thing? And part of why we felt the need to represent the event dates was partly to give them a heads up. So if neighbors feel impacted, they know a year ahead of time exactly when these dates will fall for the events, so they know essentially to be aware. So that was part of the reasoning for that too, to give them an opportunity to get ahead of it. And again, we'd hope communication would occur, but if issues do happen, that we can either talk it out, or if something did happen, that it would be escalated to code compliance, since the year's already outlined as to when the events would occur.
Okay. Any other discussion on the special exception? We're going to tackle the variance in just a moment. Okay, I'll accept the motion.
I will, Mr. Chair, I will make a motion, case S-25-001, that we forward this special exception case S-25-001 to the county council for a final action with a recommendation of approval with the, I think we're at 18 staff recommendations.
Second.
I thought we were incorporating 19 into the number 10. So it stays at 18,
Yes.
correct?
Okay.
All right, so number 7, we're changing exception number, or recommendation number 7 to read, weekly lessons shall be limited to one individual dog at a time for training sessions within the hours of operation. We're adding in number 10 the language regarding the buffer, if Mr. Ashley wants to read that in.
Number 10, the property owner shall meet the applicable recreational area landscape buffer requirements in compliance with section 72-284 and install all required planting material along the east and south property lines.
And then staying with Mr. Ashley, and then number 17 regarding food trucks.
The maximum of one food truck may operate on site only during the 5 scheduled dog diving weekend events in compliance with section 72-309.
And again, staying with Mr. Ashley, number 18 regarding the county review within 12 months.
The operation of the dog diving recreational facility approved by this special exception shall be subject to review by the county council 1 year after approval of a final site plan for compliance with the above referenced conditions as amended, in case the county council does add anything, and county code requirements and examination of impacts to the surrounding area.
Second.
Point of clarification.
Yeah, Mr. Soria, you had a comment?
Yes, this commission was discussing the 180-day provision for the final site plan. That would be an amendment to condition number 1.
Correct.
Which says the applicant shall meet the requirements of Chapter 72, Article 3, Division 3, final site plan approval procedures prior to reinitiating business activities. I would recommend, and within 180 days of county council approval, subject to extensions for good cause by staff.
Is that for number 1?
Yes.
Okay, I would still make that motion.
Second.
Okay, Ms. Bush, you had a comment? Okay. All right, we're done. Okay, we got that all cleaned up? Okay, I've got a motion on the floor for special exception 25001 to forward the special exception case number S25001 to the county council for final action with recommendation of approval with the 18 conditions, staff conditions, so stated previously by staff to the conditions. And a second from Ms. Shelley. Any discussion on the motion? I will say,
So it's 18, not 19.
not 19. Yeah,
Confirming, because we went, okay.
No, because that fell into
Okay, thank
condition
you.
10. Okay, I will say, hopefully this eases a lot of the folks' mind in the area, and as far as the applicant goes, it's going to be very, you're going to be under a microscope at least for a year. So, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, we're going to tackle the variance for that case.
Have we ever had a case with 18 recommendations before?
Like I said.
That's a pile.
All right, do we want to make it?
I'll go right into a motion, yeah.
Go ahead, give me a motion on that.
On case V 25-023, make a motion that we approve variances 1 and 2 with the 4 staff recommended conditions.
I'll second that.
There you go.
Okay. I've got a motion on the floor to approve variances 1 and 2 for variance V 25023 for Mr. Costa, and a second from Mr. Urson with the 2 staff 4 conditions from staff. Any discussion on the motion? Ms. Bush?
Yeah, similar to how I feel about variances in our last meeting. The applicant is operating a commercial business, so I feel that it's prudent to the neighbors at least to move the pool and the shed to abide by the setbacks required. So that is how my stance on variances in general, and stance on allowing this business to operate, but in meeting the intent of the code within the zoning that they're situated. So that's my comments. Thank you.
Ms. Craig?
I had a similar comment about that. I think the shed should be moved. I think because of the excessive expense of moving the pool, I'm okay with it staying where it is, but I do believe the shed should be moved, and that should be included in the recommendation 3 from staff.
Okay. Mr. Urson?
Yeah, I support it as well.
Support her recommendation? Okay. I'll go back to the original maker of the motion. Are you willing to make those concessions or any concessions? Not really, okay. And who seconded it? Who seconded it? You seconded it? Okay. Your second still play, as it was stated. Okay. All right, we're going to take a vote on the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries 6-1 with Ms. Bush in dissent. Okay. All right. Ms. Shelley, could I get the next, we're still in the unfinished old business.
Yes.
So if you want to read that next one in for me, please.
Case number V-25-026, variance to the minimum yard requirements in the urban single-family residential R5 zoning classification.
Okay. And Mr. Ashley, Mr. Shams, this one's yours.
Good morning. So this case was originally heard at the April PLDRC hearing. The applicant received a 3-3 vote and chose to continue it to this hearing when the board would have 7 members. So they're seeking a variance to reduce the western rear yard from 20 feet to 15 feet to allow the construction of a new 1,320 square foot detached garage. The site is approximately 19,000 square feet, which is more than 3 times the R5 requirement. It's currently developed with a 1,374 square foot single family home and a 470 square foot shed. The applicant is looking to replace the shed with a new detached garage to house vehicles and trailers to keep them out of the right-of-way. The existing shed is 10 feet from the western property line. However, there is a 15-foot utility easement along the western side, so the replacement structure cannot be in the same location. The applicant wants to put the structure at the easement line. So the variance is required, and it would be to reduce the side yard from 20 feet to 5 feet. Or the rear yard, my mistake, 20 feet to 15 feet. Overall, staff recommends denial as it fails to meet 3 of the 5 criteria. And we did recommend 3 conditions if you choose to approve. I'm available for comment or question.
Thank you, Mr. Shams. Any questions for staff? Applicant present. Good morning. Could I get your name and address for the record?
Good morning. My name is Diane Baker, and I live at 644 Williamsburg Drive, Daytona Beach.
Okay. And I know you were here previously. Is there anything else you would like to add to your presentation?
Yes. So, as one person had asked us, why do we need to have this structure as big as it is? We have the same size structure in Pennsylvania. We'll be housing 2 antique trucks, my husband's, tools and stuff for renovations. We were also asked, is it parked inside? At that time, we said no, but should have clarified that, as you can see on the picture up there, it's 2 sheds that somebody stuck together. It is very rotted. It needs to be taken down. I thought Hurricane last year would have taken it, but she did not. So we're still, that picture right there was also an existing, it was a pallet deck, as they called it. So it was pallets with plywood lifted on top. It is now removed, which is adding more square footage of pervious surface. And so we're just still recommending, we would like to have it at that 15-foot easement, the utility easement, and still be able to move forward at this time.
Okay. And Ms. Bush, you had a comment?
Yeah,
Or
a couple
question?
questions. Thank you. What's the square footage of your house currently?
I think it's 15. Does it say it on, oh yeah, there it is.
It doesn't necessarily say it, so
I
that's
think
why.
it's like 1530. I'm not exactly sure.
Okay. And the new workshop is?
It will be 30 by 44. So it's 1,320 square feet.
1,320 square feet, so about 200 square feet smaller than your house.
Correct.
Okay. And do you have any renderings of what the new workshop would look like?
Basically, it's going to be a 2-bay garage where the 2, his antique trucks will be parked at. One portion of it will be where his toolbox and stuff will be stored at.
Metal, wood?
Oh, you mean the structure?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. It will be block.
Block. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? Okay. We do not, I don't think we have any public participation forums for this case.
I do not.
All right, we're going to close the floor for public participation,
you.
open up for commission discussion or a motion. I think with this,
I'll be glad to make a motion, just for
okay,
you. That we approve case number V-25-026, variance to the minimum yard requirements on the R5 zoning classification, subject to 3 staff recommended conditions.
Second.
okay, I got a motion on the floor to approve variance V-25-026 with the 3 conditions from staff, from Ms. Shelley, and a second from Mr. Costa. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay. I get everybody approved except for Ms. Bush, is that correct? Okay, so that was a 6-1 with Ms. Bush in dissent. Okay. Could I get it? That would be our last case for unfinished old business, so now we're going to move into our new business. Shelley, could I get the first case, please?
Yes, sir. Case number V-25-029, variances to the minimum yard setback requirements for existing accessory structures on rural residential RR zone property.
Thank you, Ms. Shelley. Mr. Harris, this one's yours.
Good morning.
The applicant is seeking variances to reduce the minimum required setbacks for existing accessory structures associated with a house of worship. Variance 1 is to reduce the southern yard setback from 50 feet to 15.6 feet for the existing parsonage. Variance 2 is to reduce the southern yard setback from 50 feet to 23.2 feet for a 24 by 32 feet one-story building. And variance 3 is to reduce the minimum yard setback from 5 feet to 1.8 feet for a 12 by 16 accessory structure. The property is 4 acres in the rural residential zoning classification with a rural future land use. The variance is prompted by a proposed lot line adjustment to subdivide the southern 1 acre portion of the site for future sales. The proposed lot configuration would place all 3 existing structures within the required setback. The RR zoning typically requires a 15-foot side yard setback, but section 72-290 requires a 50-foot minimum yard for church-related buildings. The structures currently meet the required setbacks. The variance is only needed due to the proposed new lot line. Environmental permitting reviewed the request and had no objection. Staff recommendation is to deny the variance requests 1 through 3, as they fail to meet the 3 of the 5 criteria. Should the PLDRC determine the criteria are met, staff has 1 condition. I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions for staff? Emily?
Yes, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. Does the lot, the lot subdivision meet the requirements for the zoning, future land use?
Yes.
Okay. In the future, I would love to see that explicitly called out in the staff report. I know that's not what we're reviewing, but let's be very explicit on that.
Okay.
What is the minimum acreage requirement for a new lot in the zoning district? And this subdivision is exactly 1 acre?
Yeah, the lot that's being created is to be the minimum 1 acre under the RR zoning classification.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions as of now.
Okay, is the applicant present? You want to come forward, sir?
Morning.
Morning, sir. Could I get your name and address for the record?
Ralph Adams, 1680 Carr Street, DeLand, Florida.
All right, you've heard the staff report. Anything you'd like to add to that?
Well, Glenwood Presbyterian Church has been around since 1886, and right now we're financially struggling, so we decided to sell a portion of our property that we're not using in order to put some money in the coffers and maybe survive another year until we can get our congregation built up, back up. But so we went to the planning board, and they gave us a 15-foot setback. So we hired a surveyor on those predicates, and then we got a letter saying that it was a 50-foot setback because it's close, because it's next to a house of worship. Well, in between our sanctuary and the proposed sale of the property is at the manse, our old manse. And we have moved our office back into the Barnes building behind the sanctuary, and we're going to rent the manse out. It's a 4-bedroom home. And that will give us continual income, and maybe we can survive.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to add? Ms. Bush, you have a question?
Thank you, Chairman. For the variance number 3, that small structure that's 1.8 feet away from that new property line, what is that currently?
It's just a shed,
Okay.
just a storage shed.
Okay. Could
Small
that be moved?
I believe it could be. I can't say for certain.
Understood. But I just didn't know if it was concrete, if it
Oh, no.
was plastic, or if it could, wood, if it could be shifted to meet maybe the 15-foot setback.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments or questions for the applicant?
Yeah, I'd like to make one.
Go ahead.
Question here. if we do decide to approve this, one variance by staff recommendation, you okay with that?
I'm sorry, say that one more time, I'm deaf.
One, if we decide to approve this as a board, there is one staff recommendation. Are you fine with that one?
What is the staff recommendation, to move the shed?
It's meeting it's just these existing structures would be allowed in the variance.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Just checking.
Okay, we do have some public participation forms for this case, but let me ask you one other question. Has the property been sold?
No. No, sir. We can't, if it's unbuildable, we can't sell it.
Got it. Okay. Okay, Mr. Costa.
Yeah,
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't step over you.
go ahead. No, she can go ahead.
Mr. Urson.
The existing shed, how long has it been there?
As long as I've been a member of the church.
Oh, quite some time?
Quite some time,
Okay,
yes, sir.
thank you.
Mr. Costa?
So you said they told you 15 feet at one point, and then they came back and told you 50 feet setbacks, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so, was there an explanation for that?
That they made a mistake and the lady no longer works there, and they're sorry.
Okay. So, oh yeah, no, okay.
Hey, we really wouldn't have started this if we had known. But now we've spent money having it surveyed, and money that our church really doesn't have.
Is this by chance? Is this a corner lot by chance?
No, sir.
No, it's not a corner lot. It's an interior. It's only one road touches your property line.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, I do have a couple public participation forms, and once I'll give you a chance for rebuttal if you'd like. Okay, Mr. Brian Kirby. Pardon me? You sure can. And I'm assuming you're Patricia Kirby, correct? Okay. If you just state your name and addresses for the record.
Brian and Patricia Kirby, 2080 Stone Road, DeLand, Florida.
Okay.
Okay, to start out, we really didn't understand everything that was going on. That was the purpose. We just got this week. And I'm not having any problem like with this shed, for example, that's behind our house. That doesn't bother us. But this empty lot, this portion that they're selling is adjacent to our side yard. And there's that, there's that like long skinny piece that goes right along. It's kind of like a little trail. It's real narrow. And then the lot there is, you can see that building that they're talking about renting it out, which I wasn't aware of, is real close to where I don't see how there's enough feet between there even, but our main concern is if they sell that lot, where would somebody be able to build a home on that lot because it's so small, and we have 2.5 acres, goat farm and everything out there, and our entrance comes on the side where the dark line is on the bottom. It's a little dirt road, dead-end road. Nobody else comes back there. And one of the reasons why we did purchase this lot is because it was a church behind us. And so it wasn't somebody living behind us. And the lot that's inside the little L shape on the right-hand side is owned by the person across the street. So he has actually both of those lots. So nobody's living there either. So it's like, trying to figure out, how close can a home come to our property, our barn, and our goats. I don't want a problem with us having animals causing a problem to a new person moving in. And, I don't know what else to say.
Okay.
And I know that there's several wells very close to this property, I believe.
Okay.
Which are still active.
Our well is actually right against that line, not too far from, it's set back, but it's along that line.
Okay. All right. Any other comments?
Just would like to have more information And, like on our map that we got, it does not show in detail what is up here.
Yeah, it just shows the whole thing lit.
Yeah.
That's
So
why we didn't know what was
if it
going on.
a whole church property or what, but, and also, I know it's not you guys' fault, but the post office trying to get these letters out, most of us, our neighbors, did not get these because they did not come to our door. My neighbor had to bring ours to us. I don't know how he got our certified letter. So we just found this a few days ago. So we were in the blind of all of this. That's why we're here now, to figure out what exactly is exchanging right next to our house.
Okay, we'll try to get some clarification from staff on your public notice there.
Okay, because, like I said, we didn't know diddly about all of this until the neighbor brought this certified letter to us, or the piece of paper, and we had to personally go to the post office to get it, which is no problem, but the communication was nil.
Okay, but you did receive a postcard saying that you had a certified letter.
Several days
Not
later.
us.
Well,
Our neighbor did, and they just happened to bring it to us.
But it was in your name.
It was in our name, yes.
Yes,
And
and
you
I got
have
it
a-
right here.
Do you have a legal post office address?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Yes, sir.
And you get mail at that address?
Yeah, every day.
And was the certified mail sent to your address or to your neighbor's?
Yes, it was to our address, but not delivered to our address.
Okay, so that was the
little
post office.
pink slip, no, his yellow slip, and it said final notice on it.
Yeah, that was the post office.
Right.
I spoke to my
Yeah.
The staff
But
sent it out.
that's what he's just saying, that we just
Or the
didn't
applicant
find
sent it
out.
out, but the
Yeah.
post office didn't get it where it was going.
The neighbor
So-
adjacent to the property also, our other neighbor, didn't know anything about it until last night when I talked to him and brought this letter to his attention.
If they adjoining property owners?
Yes, sir.
Yes, they're the ones in that L shape.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have, let me see. Do we have anything else for that? No, that was both of them. Okay. All right, do we have any other public participation forums for this case?
No, sir.
All right, with the applicant? Yeah, okay, that's the one that, okay, you had the wrong case on this, because that was S25001 you had on here. If you want to come, yeah, you can come forward, yes, come on. I've ignored you, tried to move you up, and now I'm ignoring you. But it wasn't my fault. I didn't know what this was. I meant to clarify what this case was
Went to the wrong
for.
post office box.
Yeah, there we go. Can I get your name and address for the record, Mr. Allen?
Eric Allen at 117 Lincoln Avenue in Pomona Park, Florida. The church actually put the property up for sale. We do have a contract on it. We put a contract on it about a year ago, but it was contingent on them being able to change separate it. So they made the application to the county, and then things looked good. They did. They said they had to have a survey, and went out and spent $4,000 on a survey, and then they came back and said, well, you can't really make an application because you owe 2 years back taxes. And at that point, then I realized that the church was under financial stress, and that's the reason for them wanting to sell the property. Now, along with this subdivision that you're talking about, originally it was a lot, but things got changed. The code required a 1 acre minimum, and so it couldn't be separated because it didn't have 1 acre. Okay, so they went to the survey and had that done. Then they found out state law says you got to pay all your taxes before you can subdivide anything. It's what I guess they did a fundraiser to make that happen. And so anyways, the lady that they were working with, her name was Vera, and I guess she was fairly new. And basically everything looked good that we could just do this and would not have to come before you for that reason. And then she left for whatever reason. It was turned over to somebody else, and they went, the church people went to them, and he said, give them a flat denial. That's where the denial came from. And so anyways, when that happened, I got involved and went talked to Kimberly Reading. Spent about 2.5 hours there, talked about the neighbors next door, if anything could be done with that lot, because the neighbor right beside them is actually 2 lots, and there's a little lot that's non-conforming, that can't do anything with. And there's actually an old house on the back side of it from the 1800s that's fallen apart. So that really doesn't have, it's actually like a buffer. They can't build on it, it's non-conforming. They live on that lot, but it's actually a non-conforming because it was like that originally. Just like the lot that the church added to their property. And the reason they added it is they were going to do a school. Back in the day, when they had a lot of kids in the church, they were thinking about creating a school, and that's why they bought the property. And that's why that little L-shaped thing on the back of the property extends to Stone Street so they could have access for a school bus. That was the reason for it. So now they're trying to separate the property again for financial reasons, and they had to bring it up the code, which they had to add a little more property on the church side, and that's why the shed's too close to the setback because of that. Okay, so after they got the denial, I went down and talked to Kimberly, and she was very good. Spent 2.5 hours with her, asking all about the different situations and scenarios. And she said, well, the reason it got denied was because there was a 50-foot setback because it's a church. And that 50-foot setback, I don't know if it's a state rule or a county rule, but it was put in place to protect the church for encroachments or anybody coming in or whatever. And in this case, that 50-foot setback is needed in order to meet the 1 acre required minimum. Okay? And I look at it this way. You know, it was put in to protect the church, and this rule is actually going to hurt the church. It might make them go under because they're financially strapped. And the house that this other lady was talking about, that's on the other side of the property. It doesn't impact them at all. It's nothing to do with them. It's totally, and you could ask Ralph about that if you wanted to. So just to clarify that. And as far as animals are concerned, if I bought the property, I wouldn't care. I live in a rural area right now, and there's goats and chickens across the street, so it doesn't bother me. And I'm not going to have any animals. I guess maybe I could because of the way it's zoned, but I don't want to. So just to think about the fact that this rule was made to protect the property, and they were told that they could do it. Then they were denied. When I went down and talked to Kimberly, I said, well, how could they be denied? They didn't ask for a variance. And then all of a sudden, oh, well, here's a variance application. So they got denied without even having a variance after doing all this stuff to meet the requirements.
Okay.
Right?
All right. We didn't have you on a timer, but I know you went over the 3 minutes, sir.
So do I have another 3 minutes?
No, I just need you to wrap it up.
Yeah, I'll wrap it. I'll just make it short and sweet. You know, this church needs help, and basically they're asking for your help. Okay. And there is a pastoral. Is that the rental house? Where the pastor house is, they're going to rent it. Okay, it's not adjacent to their property. Their property is in the back, okay, and off to the side.
All right. Well.
Okay.
We're going to discuss this, okay?
Okay.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Okay, applicant, I will give you a chance to make one more comment, then we're going to move on. Mr. Costa, you had a question for the applicant? Okay, I don't think, do you want to come back up, sir? We have a question for you. Yes,
Yep.
sir.
So with regards to variance 3, which has to do with the little shed on that bottom piece that you're selling, I'm assuming?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we approve the variance and leave the shed in place, but add some kind of language that at a sale, that shed needs to be removed. You're all right with that?
I'm okay with that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Do we have any more public participation forms for this case?
No, sir.
All right, we're going to close the floor for public participation, open it up for commission discussion. I do have a question for staff. These variances would be needed regardless if they were to sell, other than variance 1, to be conforming. Is that correct?
If they sell, it is there because of the split of the property. So yes.
Right, but what I'm saying is the variance 2 and variance 3 would be needed regardless if they split it or not. Am I correct?
No, it's only there because they're splitting it.
Well, the variances are.
Oh, sorry. Variance 3, yes. Variance 3 is required regardless. Variance 2 is there because of the split.
Is because of the split.
And variance 1 is there for the split as well, because of the changes of where the new property line will be created the setback issue. Both structures, if not splitting the property, the first one would not be required. The second one, the smaller shed or structure, is already non-conforming, so it's becoming more non-conforming by the new lot line with the split. And that's why that was brought into question.
Okay.
We were making it more non-conforming with this, though. That's why we brought it as part of the variance.
Okay. Ms. Bush, you had a question.
Yeah, and this is for staff. Has there always been a rule that has required additional structures for churches to be set back 50 feet instead of meeting the zoning setbacks?
Yes.
So that's been flat out since the very beginning?
It's at least since the adoption of the 1980 Unified Zoning Ordinance that I know of.
So you can't speak to why that is in fact the case?
Other than because of the fact that it's a use that's allowed in multiple zoning classification, not just restricted to commercial, is residential and ag. Historically, it was under the guise of a special exception, and it was tied to house of worship and private and parochial schools. And because the building mass potentially of a house of worship or a school, if you put it in a residential or agricultural area compared to your neighbors, there is that greater setback requirement. And then the ordinance was amended in the early 2000s to make house of worship a by right use, but keeping the setback standards because of that issue.
And to clarify, these are setback standards for additional accessory structures, not the primary structure, correct?
It's for both.
It's for all.
By
okay,
code,
so there
it's
is,
for principal and accessory structures associated with a house of worship.
so there is no difference if it's an accessory structure for a
That's
house
correct.
of worship. It still has to meet the 50 feet.
That's correct.
That seems excessive. Thank you.
And Ms. Bush, I'm going to chime in a little bit here. Because of the age of this provision, there are potential RLUPA issues with it. Usually because it's an old code and it has not been updated. So looking at this, we'll take a look and probably clean that up.
I was going to make that suggestion as well. Thank you.
Mr. Soria, this house that they're going to be renting here that's within the 15-foot, 0.6 variance 1?
Yes.
Is the setback for the 50-foot, you're talking about cleaning it up, would that pertain to that house or would it pertain to
It would pertain to the house.
itself?
It would pertain to the house as well. So if we cleaned it up and a 50-foot setback that applies to all structures related to the house of worship were removed, that house would meet the 15-foot side setback of the zoning district and
Okay,
would
that's
not
my
need a
question,
variance.
because just the the church itself would probably be required the 50-foot. Am I
Oh, well,
assuming that?
essentially what you would have to do is you would, here in Florida, they have a stricter interpretation of the Religious Land Use Institutionalized Persons Act, our LUPA. We would have to basically call out any and all assembly type uses. So not just restricted to churches or houses of worship, but any kind of structure that holds an assembly regardless of religious or non-religious use. So movie theater, a kind of concert hall.
So
anything
basically,
that
when you're
holds
talking about cleaning up, that's what you're talking about
Yes.
doing. They would, the assembly part, they would have to be
Yes.
50 foot after the cleanup, but the house would be okay with the 15 feet. Is that what you're
Yes,
trying
sir.
to tell me?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Did I also understand if it does, the 1 acre lot gets sold, the new owner would have to remove the existing shed? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, because they would take care of that at the time, yeah, okay, okay. Okay. Also, one more question for staff. I know there was the couple that came up and said they didn't get proper notification. The orange signs were put out is normal, right?
Due public notice was met.
The
They
public
were
notice.
mailed. The notices were mailed. I believe it was the 5th, and the public notices were put up on that same day.
Okay, all right.
Mr. Soria?
Oh, yes. If the discussion is about the removal of the shed, which is variance 3, just don't grant variance 3.
That's what I was going to say. That's exactly what I was going to make a recommendation of. Okay, Ms. Bush.
But if we don't grant variance 3, then they're not allowed to subdivide the property, correct?
No, they would still be able to subdivide. They would just be subject to a code enforcement action to have a.
So then they would be subject to fines?
If they do not remove the shed within the allotted code compliance period, then eventually, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's. I'm sorry to jump in. That's where I got an issue. Then I don't want to put any more undue burden on this church at this point, because let's assume we pass all 3 variances as they stand right now. Parcel number 2 gets sold to Mr. X. He comes in with a site plan to develop on that parcel. You're going to require him to remove that shed regardless, or come in for a variance for that shed. Is that correct?
Yes.
So then it would take care of itself with the new owner, without putting the undue burden on the current owner.
Yes.
All right.
The code compliance comes in if we receive a complaint about the shed.
Got it.
Because it has to go through due process.
Yep. Okay.
I'm ready to make a motion.
Yep.
Okay. And I would like to make a comment to the Kirbys that spoke previously. They were concerned about what was going to be done with that lot. Well, the thing of it is, we're looking at the variances for the existing buildings and not for the separation of the lot. I just want to make that clear because I don't want them to think we're creating a new lot there. They have that right to do so anyway. So, okay, go ahead and make a variance.
Okay, case V25029, I'm going to make a recommendation for approval with the one staff recommendation.
I'll second that.
Okay. I've got a motion on the floor for Mr. Sixma to approve variances 1, 2, and 3 for V25029 with the one condition from staff and a second from Ms. Bush. Any discussion on the motion?
I just would like to reiterate that staff look into the setback requirements specific to religious institutions based on RLUIPA and some of the current legislature and court cases that have come through. I think that's a very difficult and challenging ask for our religious institutions. So I would like this to be brought before this council commission at some point in the future. Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, Ms. Shelley, could I get the next case, please?
Yes, sir. Case number V-25-030, variances to the minimum yard requirements on urban single-family residential R4 zoned property.
Thank you, Ms. Shelley. Mr. Harris, this one is yours.
is the applicant is seeking variances to allow a beach access ramp to encroach into the required side and waterfront yard. Variance 1 is to reduce the southern side yard setback from 5 feet to 0 feet. Variance 2 is to reduce the eastern waterfront yard setback from 25 feet to 0 feet. The property is 14,161 square feet and developed with a 2-story residence, in-ground pool, and a concrete seawall along the eastern property boundary. In 2021, the Florida Department of Environmental Protection issued a permit that authorized existing improvements that included the pool, the residence, along with a beach access stairway along the north side of the property. The applicant is now proposing to replace the permitted stairway with a new beach access ramp along the south side of the property. The proposed ramp would extend from the pool deck to the seawall, and according to the applicant, it cannot meet the yard requirements due to lot width and the existing site layout. Environmental permitting reviewed the request and had no objection, provided Class 2 requirements are met. There were letters of support received with this request to the property owners from the east. Staff recommendation is to deny variance requests 1 and 2 as they fail to meet 3 of the 5 criteria. Should the PLDRC determine the criteria are met, staff recommends 2 conditions: that the variances are limited to the beach access ramp shown on the site plan, and that the applicant must apply for a building permit within 60 days. I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Any questions for staff? Okay, seeing none, is the applicant present?
Good morning, Joey Posey, 420 South Nova, attorney for the applicant, and I think that summarizes it more or less. I just wanted to add a few more details in that this original ramp configuration was proposed when they originally were constructing the house, and what wound up delaying it and coming forward is the neighbor to the south was proceeding with a seawall construction. So it's not a clear from this picture, and maybe from if you look at see the aerials, that there's a seawall from the neighbor's side that is about a 4-foot difference between. There you go, perfect. But that is my client's property. He has no objection. That's fine. That was the goal, the intent, to try to connect the seawalls. But that's the reason why we're here. And the original permitting was pulled, and now we put in the original ramp location. It's more conducive to being at that lower location next to the seawall, of which would be his portion of the neighbor's seawall, and it's about a 4-foot difference. I think I disagree with staff in that a 4-foot difference between sloping it, a dozen or so feet back, so it's a little much easier of an incline, is a much safer alternative. And functionally, if you're talking about the variances, the rear one only is necessitated because we're wrapping it around. Otherwise, it would be the same situation if it was on this side of the property versus that side of the property. The other, I think, fact that is just, something to note is, you could just grade this and grass it, and we're not here to have this discussion. If that's his way he goes to get to the ramp, it makes more sense to at least deck it so it's safe and a traversable space. So other than that, it's a very straightforward request. The neighbor in the north or to the south that this would be right next to has been involved the whole way. He's actually supplied 2 letters of support, one about 4 years ago when the original permitting was coming through, and then one recently to reiterate that he is still the owner of the house. But other than that, I'm here for questions, and happy to just address anything as you think may be a concern.
Okay. Ms. Bush.
I apologize, I might have missed this, but is there a reason why you're requesting a secondary beach entrance and why the steps can't be modified?
We're relocating it.
So you are taking the
Existing one away.
Okay.
And the original plans for the house showed this southerly portion that we're asking for permitting, but because of the southerly seawall's construction at the time, it couldn't move forward since the neighbor's seawall wraps into my client's seawall, but he does own that land, so he gave him permission to connect his seawall. That was what was the delay and why the permitting didn't move forward on the the first time around with this configuration.
Okay, so for clarification purposes, the first set of stairs that is tied into the seawall will be removed.
Correct.
In order to install the second.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Costa?
This is a function of Ian,
Correct.
and this was approved previously?
You mean the location of the existing ramp? The existing ramp was permitted.
Was permitted?
Yes.
Okay. But his letter of approval, you said he wrote a letter of approval of support rather 4 years ago.
Correct.
So did that go
Same
through,
to this configuration on ramping.
and did that go through our full system?
No.
It did not, it stopped?
It stopped because of the construction that was occurring on the south with the
Okay.
seawall.
Got it. Gotcha. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Ashley?
Just want to clarify, staff did not approve the location of the ramp as proposed. That was apparently FDEP when you're doing your permitting.
Well, I guess that's true.
Yes.
It had state approval since it's.
But staff did not, because staff has the setback issues, state does not.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? All right. Do we have any public participation forms for this case?
No, sir.
All right, we're going to close the floor for public participation, open up the commission discussion or a motion.
I'm prepared to make a motion.
Go ahead, Mr. Costa.
Case V-25-030, make a motion that we approve variances 1 and 2 with the 2 staff recommended conditions.
Second.
Okay, I've got a motion on the floor for Mr. Costa to approve variances 1 and 2 for variance V25030, and a second for Ms. Shelley, with the 2 conditions from staff. Ms. Bush, you had a comment on the motion?
Yeah, actually, I apologize. I probably missed my opportunity to ask staff some questions, so I would like to go back and do that if that's appropriate.
Okay.
Have there been other variances granted in the past that have allowed these 0 lot setbacks for access to the beach?
Not that I'm aware of. Generally, they've been able to meet it. The walkway that's there now is a replacement one that was just permitted last year and is erected. So they're taking it down to rebuild on the southern property with the 0 setback.
Okay. Has staff verified how this parcel will meet the Class 2 overlay? That was a condition or something that was discussed in environmental permitting, and that was a note made, and I want to make sure that.
Well, that would come during the building permit process. That would have been with the home, and which is rebuilt recently, so that would have been part of the inspection process for the home. The ramp itself, unless it's exceeding 250 square feet of new additional structure area, if you will, then the original review for the Class 2 would apply. And that would be on-site stormwater and the 35% native vegetation, either retention or planting.
Okay. I'm reading the letter from the county in order to verify that, because it does make a comment that the Class 2 overlay also requires property within the boundary to maintain or plant that 35% of the lot in native vegetation. The plans submitted for this variance do not provide native vegetation, stormwater calcs, or location of the retention areas. So it's unclear if they've met that requirement, which is why I'm asking staff if they've met that requirement.
Well, that's something that we hadn't reviewed. It wasn't submitted. It'd be part of the building permit process that the zoning does not review. That would be something the environmental staff would review as part of the permitting process. And if they can't meet it, then they have the means to address it with the applicant.
Understood.
Yep.
One final question, and you probably don't know the answer to this, but I'm going to ask anyway, because this is something that I'm interested in. What's the impervious surface ratio on this parcel?
That has not been calculated. Right now, the restriction is the maximum lot coverage from the zoning ordinance is 35%. And then if under our land development code, primarily the language is dealing with new development, but I guess we could avail it to this scenario where 80% impervious is allowed by our land development code on a per lot basis.
Understood. But this variance is a request to add essentially pervious surface to the lot. So why was that not included in the staff report information?
Well, the structure would it would apply even though it's elevated, but if we're not meeting it, that's not something we can apply a variance to because it's not part of the zoning ordinance. It'd be something we'd come through the building permitting process to restrict.
Wouldn't they need a variance if they're not meeting that 80% and it's above that?
That's not my understanding, and legal can correct me, that's not under the purview, it's the land development code, and I don't know if you variances to the land development code.
There's another board called the Development Review Committee that deals with the more technical aspects of lot by lot or subdivision development. We kind of split it up into the PLDRC has authority over the zoning components, setbacks, and things like that, and other zoning aspects. The impervious surface, the ISR goes hand in hand with stormwater requirements and stormwater regulations. So that is under the purview of the Development Review Committee if they need additional impervious for this parcel, which we're not certain yet. So that comes at the building permit.
Didn't we review a case last meeting that was a variance to the ISR requirement?
I don't believe so. That may have been a lot coverage issue.
Okay, just for clarification.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's just the mass and bulking of a lot, not necessarily the impervious nature.
The vertical construction.
Well, not the vertical construction, because that would be the height requirement, right?
Well,
But
lot
the-
coverage would have been, the more recent one was the one on Venetian Way, where they were
Right.
going beyond the maximum building lot coverage.
Okay.
Which it speaks to in each zoning classification.
Correct. And so for clarification, the impervious surface ratio is in the land development code. It is a requirement to build on land subdivided in Volusia County, but that is not something that we hear up on this dais and not something that we can ask for clarification when reviewing these cases?
Well, you can ask for that information, perfectly fine if it goes into other aspects of the variance or the request, but they can't request a variance to the impervious, the ISR, from this committee. They have to go through another process.
What process would that be?
They would have to request a waiver from the Development Review Committee after going through the building permit process.
And that is staff specifically, correct? Okay.
Okay. When looking at what we're doing today, Mr. Soria, we're looking at the variance. Let me ask you this. If that's just flat work, a sidewalk leading to the beach, this impervious area wouldn't be discussed on the variance. We wouldn't need this variance, correct?
Is it outside of the lot?
No,
Like
if it was flat work, when I'm saying flat work, like a sidewalk or something of that
yes,
nature,
yeah.
we would not be discussing a variance for this case, correct?
No, anything that's just completely flat.
That's
You
correct.
Only kind of,
So-
is there a height provision? Like,
Well, I think what I'm getting at, the impervious area for this would not be considered under this variance. I mean, it's not our purview to do that. It'd be looked at from someone else. Is that correct?
for compliance, yes. Yeah.
That's
For
what I'm
strict
asking.
compliance, that is done at the building permit levels, stormwater engineering looks at it. That's not to say you can't take into account additional information if it assists in your decision and if it impacts the requested variance.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Bush?
Two additional questions. One, if approving this variance today allows them to move forward, I guess I should start by asking, have they already gone through the DRC process for this? Or they're requesting the variance and then we'll go through the DRC process?
Well, it's not scheduled for any DRC because it hasn't been reviewed to determine if it exceeds the impervious coverage, total impervious coverage on the lot.
My question was just, has this been reviewed by the Development Review Committee?
No, they don't look at typically individual house permit are related unless it's historic trees.
So then that would be reviewed to the building permit process?
Well, if they're in a building permit process, it comes up, then the way to address that as the attorney said, Mr. Sorio, that if we find that it does exceed the 80%, then we'd have to go through the administrative remedy to either reduce that impervious coverage, or the remedy through the county staff is to have it go through the Development Review Committee, which is comprised of 3 department heads.
So if we approve this variance today and it goes through the building permit process and it comes back that it is exceeding that 80%, they would have to then modify this, and would they have to come back before us for a secondary variance? What does that process look like?
Well, if you're willing to grant them a 0 setback variance today, I don't think that's going to change, other than maybe they'll have to take up something else or make it shorter, but the Development Review Committee would have to deny the request to make that happen. If they grant it, then whatever percentage they're doing over the 80, I don't know what it is, but they have that power to do that. If they deny it, then that may make some site changes required, whether that reduces internal walkways, driveway, or this particular structure has to be reduced in size, would be necessary. There probably be multiple options during that process to determine what area of the impervious area would have to be removed if they were denied.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor and a second. Any more discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries 6 to... Okay. And you too? Okay. And you want to take a roll call, Miss?
Absolutely. Mr. Erickson? Ms. Craig?
No.
Ms. Shelley?
Yes.
Mr. Costa?
Yes.
Ms. Bush?
No.
Mr. Sixma?
Yes.
Mr. Mills?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-3.
Thank you. Okay. Ms. Shelley, could I get the next case, please?
Yes, sir. Case V-25-033. Variance to the minimum floor area on urban mobile home MH5 zoned property.
Thank you, Ms. Shelley. Mr. Harris, this one's yours also.
The applicant is seeking a variance to allow a 672 square foot mobile home that does not meet the minimum 720 square foot floor area required for the MH5 zoning. The variance is to reduce the minimum floor area from 720 square feet to 672 square feet. The subject parcel is located in the River Park Mobile Home Colony. The previous mobile home was removed under a demolition permit issued in 2021. The applicant is a new tenant in the community and purchased and placed a replacement mobile home on the property without completing the full permit process. The structure was discovered to be 48 square feet under the required minimum, triggering the need for a variance. The mobile home otherwise complies with all setbacks and dimensional standards and fits the character of the surrounding area. Environmental permitting reviewed this request and had no objection, provided Class 2 requirements are met. The applicant did receive a letter of support. Staff recommendation is to deny variance request as the 3 variances fail to meet 3 of the 5 criteria. Should the PLDRC determine the criteria are met, staff recommends 1 condition. I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Mr. Costa, you had a question?
I do. The home that was removed, what was its size?
I don't know the size, but it didn't need a variance before it was demoed. But I don't know the exact size
Of the one that was demolished? We don't have that, no record of that one? All right. And, all right, never mind. I'll wait for the applicant. Thank you.
Ms. Bush?
How long has this 720-foot requirement been in existence for urban mobile homes in this zoning classification?
Well, at least since 1988 that I know of.
Okay. And there's been no changes to this since then?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, is the applicant present? Good morning, sir. Could I get your
Morning.
name and address for the record?
James Rogerson, 2850 Lingina Terrace, Edgewater, Florida. I'm here on behalf of my mother and father-in-law. I guess where we're at here, this is a 1974 mobile home. It's been in Volusia County its whole existence. It was in Palm Shores Mobile Home Park in Port Orange. The park has gone defunct. They are under numerous violations with the health department, Volusia County code enforcement, due to their septic system. Every month, these people had no water, sewer, because they're backing up. They have no choice but to move their trailer. They remodeled it, they bought it, they paid cash for it, they're very limited on their funds. And they decided to move it down to Terramar. With nobody's told them anything about the size of the trailer. The people we paid to move the trailer, nobody brought this up until it came to this point now. Now we've been since January the 6th trying to get this perpetuated. These people are virtually homeless right now. They're going from place to place with their 2 dogs with family, staying here, staying there. And we'd just like to get a resolution. I don't understand with all the tiny home thing going on, why the county doesn't look at this and change this zoning for the tiny homes. I mean, this is a tiny home, it's a manufactured home, it's got a legal title, it's been paying title or whatever license fees since 1977, since it was put on that park. So that's all I got. Any questions?
Okay, Mr. Costa, you had a question?
I do. I got a couple questions for you. Number one, sorry that it's been taking so long to get through the bureaucratic system.
Exactly.
I feel for them. Number two is this is going into you've moved it to another park. You said Terra something?
Terramar.
Terra Park. All right. Is that a lot rent?
Yes, sir.
Park? Okay. And so being that it's a lot rent, you have a property manager and or an HOA.
Yes.
Are they okay with this particular
We
mobile
have an
home?
affidavit signed to that.
There's an affidavit for that in this package. Okay. And you also have letters of support from various neighbors?
3 neighbors, and I brought you all a packet this morning with that.
Should this get approved today, how soon would your parents be able to put it down and be living in there?
We're trying to get that before hurricane season so we can get it
strapped down.
As soon as the guy gets the authorization from the county, he said he'd have a crew there, in short order to get it at least leveled.
Okay.
And get them hooked up and get it skirted.
So this is holding up the permit approval process. Okay, got it. All right, thank you.
Mr. Ashley, you had a question?
Yes, I just searched our record in 2021, when the previous mobile home was removed. According to the demolition permit record, the previous mobile home was 1,150 square feet.
Okay. All right. Okay, sir. Do we have any public participation forms for this case?
No, sir.
Okay, we're going to close the floor for public participation. Open it up for commission discussion or a motion.
I've prepared, Mr. Chair, to make a motion.
Go ahead, Mr. Costa.
Well, in light that we've got several letters of support and we have an affidavit from the park that they're okay with it, I would like to make a motion that we approve case V-25-033, the variance for the one variance for mobile home with, is there any staff I think there's one staff recommended condition. Yep, with the one staff recommended condition.
Second.
I'll second.
Everybody's rushing for that one.
Yeah, we got one on the way here.
Yep.
I've got a motion on the floor to approve variance V-25-033 with the one staff condition from Mr. Costa and a second from Ms. Shelley. Ms. Bush, you had a comment on the motion?
Yes, I just would like to ask staff that we evaluate the minimum square foot requirement because not just because of the tiny home movement, but a lot of people just don't need that type of size for a single family home for maybe empty nesters or single occupants. So I feel like this is a really antiquated code and I feel like we need to review this. They should not have had to come before us in order to get this approved.
Okay. All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Good luck. I hope it goes quicker for you this time.
Okay, Ms. Shelley, could I get the next case, please?
Yes, sir. Case dash S dash 20 S-25 dash 007, a special exception. Oops.
05. Yep.
Am I just rushing through? I apologize, Mrs. Gal. I've been looking forward to this all day. Case number S-25-005, a special exception for a mini warehouse on general commercial B4 zoned property.
Thank you, Ms. Shelley. Mr. Shams, this one's yours.
Hi, good morning. The applicant's requesting a special exception for mini warehouse for the development of a 3-floor, 92,000 square foot self-storage facility with about 11,500 square feet of an RV storage area outdoors. They are proposing 716 on-site storage units. In 2006, a similar special exception was approved by the County Council. In 2007, an additional special exception was approved to add a single-family home for manager-owner of the use. The previous approval was similar, as it was a 3-floor building with about 77,000 square feet of storage space. However, this special exception expired in October 2014. Though the applicant is not proposing a home, this application is another attempt at developing the site as self-storage. The proposed structure will have one access point on State Road 15A and will provide 8 standard parking spaces and 1 ADA space for customers and employees. The RV and boat storage area is accessed by a gated drive along the southern boundary, which contains 7 parallel spaces for loading and unloading. In total, there are 16 parking spaces, which meets the zoning requirement. The site will meet the county's thoroughfare standards for landscape buffering and minimum yard requirements. The proposed hours are 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for customers. Employees will be on site 7 days per week between the hours of 9 a.m. and 6 p.m. There will be a total of 4 employees on site, split between a morning and evening shift. Staff found all the special exception criteria were met. The proposed use will generate approximately 150 daily trips and 19 p.m. peak hour trips per day. The traffic engineering group reviewed this project and did not have any concerns. Staff recommends approval subject to 3 conditions. I'm available for comments or questions.
Thank you, Mr. Shams. Ms. Bush, you had a question?
I have a few. So is this parcel, does this require to be annexed into the city in order to connect to utilities?
No.
No. Do we know what the ISR is for this parcel?
No, we do not.
Okay. Is that something that we can find out?
The applicant may have that information.
Okay. And could we require cross-access to the Salvation Army to the south? Is that something that's been contemplated?
I don't believe so.
Could it be contemplated? Just makes sense if it's a self-storage, they don't have to go to the main road in order to donate things maybe to a place that could take some of those items as they're cleaning out storage
The
units.
Salvation Army accesses their site from High Street, not from 15A.
Okay. But, so we're not sure on the cross-access discussion?
No, it hasn't been
Because there's no
discussed
access
at
from
all.
this site onto High Street, correct?
No, they don't want to access on High Street. They want to design the site facing 15A.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Any other question for staff? Is the applicant present?
Good morning. For the record, Jessica Gow, Copco Law Firm, 1 Daytona Boulevard, Daytona Beach, Florida. Wanted to thank staff for the presentation. We can only guess what happened in 27 going into 2008 with the former self-storage project. I would say that economics probably had something to do with it. Like it was noted, this is a similar project. The use has kind of always been contemplated in this site over that time. A few interesting things we pulled in. This is the concept plan, so 2 impervious surface. We don't have the fully engineered numbers yet. We do know that the building coverage for this zoning district's 35% or lot coverage, so we'll meet that. We've outlined so far the tree preservation area, that 15%, which I think lends really well to this site because then you have a 30-foot width of that on the north and east side. I wanted to make sure the orientation was correct before I said that. And to the north, although there's a gap, that's where kind of I think we've got some non-conforming single-family homes, and so I think that natural buffer there will be helpful. We're proposing the dry retention pond you see there. That'll help with kind of nutrient removal. I know this entire region is in that BMAP, so that would be good for the site. And then everything else kind of checks the boxes, like staff said, on the requirements for the special exception. What else did I want to note here? The front setback, there's a 35-foot buffer, which is in line with the thoroughfare overlay and DeLand's kind of vision plan for the site since it is adjacent. The building setback is over 80 feet, and so we've got a pretty wide corridor there. In terms of cross access, I did want to note we did talk about this site as a double frontage lot, so it's got 2 front yards. We talked about access onto High Street and how we would not like to do that because we think that the residential along High Street would not like this traffic to access through there. So that's why access is solely on State Road 15 in the proposal. That's the overview. To the questions, I think, answered on annexation, the cross access, I think that's the concern, and interference with that tree preservation area to get that cross connection. And then we don't have impervious surface because this has not been reviewed by the development team and staff, so that may change. It's conceptual for now. Here for any questions.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant? Okay,
I have a question.
Yes, Ms. Craig.
Was there a zoning change or anything that the size of the proposed facility grew so exponentially between when it was originally permitted and what the current request?
No, the change is really, I think it's about 20,000 square feet difference, a little less than that from the previous and the proposed. Because the previous one had an initial building, separated out buildings, and a residential unit included for the prior special exception. So no changes to zoning or any requirements there.
And if I could just add, the previous project had one building of a few, like 2 or 3 stories, and the rest of the buildings were 1 story, your typical 1 story type storage unit buildings spread out through the site. This is more concentrated.
Okay. I do have one participation form, so I will let you have a chance for rebuttal. Okay. Garrett Lasmo? Okay. 007? Okay, they got you down as 005 on this one. All right. Do we have any public participation forms for this case?
No, sir.
All right. We're going to close the floor for public participation, open up for commission discussion or a
I'll be
motion.
glad to make a motion
Go ahead, Ms. Shelley.
that we approve case number S-25-005, a special exception for a mini warehouse on general commercial B4 zoned property, subject to 3 staff conditions.
I'll second that.
Okay. I've got a motion on the floor to forward the special exception case number S-25-005 to the county council for final action with a recommendation of approval with the 3 staff conditions from Ms. Shelley and a second from Mr.
Urson.
Urson. Why can't I remember your name, my friend? I'm so sorry. I need to write it down. Urson. Okay.
Top of the agenda.
That he's going to call on you every time.
Right under yours.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, Ms. Shelley, can I get the next case, please?
Yes, sir. Case number S-25-007, a special exception for communication tower exceeding 70 feet in height on prime agriculture A1 zoned property.
Thank you, Ms. Shelley. This is Ms. Reyes.
Good morning. The applicant is requesting a special exception for a 127-foot monopole communication tower on a 10.93 acre parcel. The subject property is currently used as a dairy and feedlot and is developed with a single-family residence, pool, and accessory structures. The property is adjacent to the city of Ormond Beach to the north and west, and these parcels are used for grazing. I also did reach out to the city of Ormond Beach, and then they did not provide any comments for this application. The parcel to the south is a single-family residence and an agricultural property. and to the east is I-95. The proposed lease area is 2,400 square feet and located on the western portion of the property. It is proposed to accommodate up to 4 carriers, with Verizon being the initial carrier. It is proposed to have a 20-foot wide easement from North Timber Creek Road. Part of our special exception criteria is that towers shall be approximately 1,000 feet away from any dwelling. The proposed tower is approximately 505 feet away from the nearest residential structure that is located on the property itself, and approximately 834 feet away from the nearest dwelling not located on the property, which is the property to the south. A waiver to the distance requirement has been submitted. It is proposed to close the coverage gap between 4 towers. The closest tower is 1.7 miles to the northeast, and the other 3 are located approximately 3 miles or more to the north and south. The applicant received a letter from the Federal Aviation Administration stating the tower will not be a hazard to air navigation as long as they obtain and adhere to the parameters established by the FAA evaluation process. The tower is not likely to create undue traffic congestion as it will be visited for maintenance only. It is also unlikely to be a hazard to the area. A fall zone letter was submitted, and it will be designed to withstand winds up to 134 miles per hour with a fall radius of 60 feet. The tower is closest to the western property line at 77 feet, so if the tower were to collapse, it would still remain on the property. Staff recommends to forward to County Council for final action with a recommendation of approval, subject to 5 staff conditions. I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Ray. Any questions for staff?
I got a quick one.
Okay, let's.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Ms. Bush?
Thank you, Chairman. Does staff conduct mailings when the communication towers do not meet the setbacks to residential? Do you alert the property owners that there is an application for a communication tower?
As part of the due public notice for the special exception, they do get notified. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Costa?
The wind load requirement, the 135, is that our standard?
No, sir.
That's not our standard.
No, sir.
What is our standard?
We don't have a.
You don't have one
No, sir.
for a telephone tower, right? Yeah.
We have a fall zone criteria.
Say again?
Of a fall zone criteria.
Fall zone.
Well, that wind load would be from the building issues because of coastal county. So it has to meet the wind load of the Florida Building Code as it applies to a coastal county. So that's where that's coming from.
The reason I ask is I think the one we had last month, I thought their wind load was much higher than 130. I thought it was in the 160, but I could be mistaken. But
I don't know the specific,
Yeah.
but we do have it based on state of Florida requirements for building and structures, and also because we're a coaster, it's a greater requirement.
all right, that was just a curiosity question. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Craig?
In regards to that latest question, the last time that one came through, it was a different type of construction, and the collapse was more of a straight down as opposed to a hinged thing.
Okay, Ms. Shelley, did you have a question?
No, mine was asked by Ms. Bush.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, is the applicant present? Good morning, sir. Could I get your name and address for the record?
Good morning. My name is Harold Timmons. I'm with Tower Engineering Professionals. We're located at 10700 Sykes Place, Suite 360, Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm here on behalf of AnthemNet Incorporated and Verizon Wireless. I first like to compliment staff on this thorough staff report, as well as for the assistance they have provided us in this process, responding to our questions and our emails very promptly. Verizon has identified the fact that there's a need in this area, and they've got deficiencies in their communications network here. And so this structure would then help correct those deficiencies. We looked at the area to determine if there were any existing structures available. We did not find any based on the geographic requirements that we have that Verizon provides for us. And so we ask for your recommendation of approval in this matter. And I'm here to answer any questions or clarify any aspects of our application that you might have. Also, one other thing, we are asking for a waiver from the 1,000-foot requirement from any existing dwellings. The one on the property belongs to the property owner. He lives in that property. The one to the south of 834 feet, that house belongs to his son. So both of the houses involved are actually a part of this application.
Okay. Ms. Shelley?
Yes, just want to clarify, you're fine with all the staff conditions?
We're fine with all the staff conditions.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, we do have a public participation form, and I'll let you have a chance for rebuttal if you wish so.
Thank you very
All
much.
right. Mr. Garrett Lansmo.
Mr. Garrett is for the comp plan and rezoning. It's the CPA 25005 and the Z 25005.
Good. Somebody correct me.
We just keep wanting you to come up.
All right, we do not have any public participation forms. So we're going to close the floor for public participation and open up for commission discussion or motion.
I'll be glad to make a motion.
I'll be glad to second it.
That we approve case number S-25-007, subject to the 5 staff conditions.
Mr. Urson seconds that.
Who?
Y'all keep it up. I will go home. Okay. The request from the applicant was to waive one of the conditions, I think, of the 1,000-foot, but I just want to make sure that we acknowledge that we're not doing that, correct?
It's part of the current request for the special exception.
Okay, I thought he, I see, okay. Didn't read that condition, okay. All right, I got a motion on the floor from Ms. Shelley to forward the special exception case number S-25007 to the county council for final action with recommendation of approval, subject to the staff recommended conditions, 5 of those. And a second from Mr. Urson. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Ms. Shelley, could I get the next case, please?
Yes, sir. Case number Z-25-004, rezoning from the light industrial L1 and general commercial B4 zoning classifications to the transitional agriculture A3 zoning classification.
Thank you, Ms. Shelley. Ms. Ray, this one's yours.
Hello. So the applicant is requesting to rezone a 2.82 acre parcel from the light industrial I1 and general commercial B4 zoning classification to the transitional agriculture A3 zoning classification. The property is located west of North US Highway 17 and east of the CSX Railroad. It is currently developed with a single-family residence that was constructed in 1930. The property is surrounded by a church to the north, a fernery to the east, a vacant parcel to the south, and the CSX Railroad to the west. On the other side of the railroad on the west, there are vacant parcels and residences. The property is surrounded by A3, again on the opposite side of the railroad track, and to the east. The applicant's intent for the rezoning is to subdivide the property into 2 parcels. The residence is currently a non-conforming use as it is not permitted within the I1 or B4 zoning classifications. The A3 zoning classification does permit a single-family residence by right and would resolve the property's non-conforming use. The property has a future land use designation of rural community. Seville is one of 6 rural communities identified within the comprehensive plan. The A3 classification states that it is intended the classification to be applied to properties that are within a designated rural community to preserve existing agricultural uses in urban areas, or to properties to coincide with existing character of the area. The rural community designation states that a rural community may retain the zoning classifications that exist at the time of adoption. A change in zoning must be consistent with the overlying land use, and the A3 is conditionally compatible with the rural land use. The rezoning is not likely to have an impact on the environment or natural resources. And there are no mistakes in the original zoning classification, as the original intention of the classifications were to encourage commercial and industrial growth along the U.S. Highway 17 corridor. However, the developmental pattern in the area indicates that it has maintained the residential and agriculture uses. Staff's recommendation is to forward the rezoning to County Council for final action with a recommendation of approval, and I'm available for questions.
Okay, any questions for staff? Hearing none, is the applicant present? You want to come forward, please? Can I get your name and address for the record?
My name is Roberto Alcantara, 2110 US Highway 17. Are you owner?
Okay, you've heard the staff report. Is there anything you'd like to add to it?
No. ¿Que no quieres agregar algo más? No. No, sir.
Okay. All right, Mr. Ashley.
I just want to give you insight. This is, as mentioned by Ms. Ray, it is a rural community designation, and it may seem out of whack in some sense that you have industrial and commercial zoning there. That's historic to the area, and when the rural community areas were adopted, the boundaries, whatever existing zoning what zoning were existing at the time were protected. Just like in DeLeon Springs, there are properties that are wholesale areas that are stripped commercial. Some were developed, some were not. But the idea was to protect the existing urban type zoning, because there may or may not be existing uses occurring within those areas, so they were protected. But any change, as we're going through now, has to be consistent with the underlying rural designation. So the A3 is consistent with that rural designation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ashley. Mr. Costa.
You have a question for the applicant. So the intent is to split the lots to build a second house, or to sell off the second lot?
So right now he just wants to divide both of them. So maybe a future
For future use?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? Do we have any public participation forms for this case?
No, sir.
Okay, we're going to close the floor for public participation, and we'll give you an answer in a few moments, okay?
I'll be glad to make a motion.
Okay.
Case number Z-25-004 be approved, and there are no staff conditions.
Mr. Urson seconds that.
We are a team.
Mr. Urson. Okay. I've got a motion on the floor from Ms. Shelley to forward the rezoning application case number Z-25004 to the County Council for final action with recommendation of approval, and a second from Mr. Urson. Any discussion on the motion? Mr. Costa.
Well, I just want to make a comment that anytime you have the opportunity to change a industrial or a general commercial zoning back to agricultural, I think is a plus, and we shouldn't even spend more than 30 seconds getting this going through the system. So,
Good point.
All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
congratulations.
Ms. Shelley, can I get the next case, please? Z006.
Yes. Thank you. Okay. Case number Z-25-006, rezoning from the rural agriculture A2 zoning classification to the transitional agriculture A3 zoning classification.
Okay, Ms. Ray, this one's yours.
The applicant is requesting to rezone a 6.26 acre parcel from the rural agriculture A2 zoning classification to the transitional agriculture A3 zoning classification. The property is unique in shape as it is long and rectangular with a cul-de-sac easement that extends into the eastern parcel, and the parcel itself is currently undeveloped. Currently, it is zoned A2, which has a minimum a minimum lot area requirement of 5 acres, and the proposed A3 has a minimum lot area requirement of 1 acre. The applicant's intent is to subdivide the property into 2 parcels, approximately 3 acres each. The applicant also owns the parcel to the east, and it is split zoned prime agriculture A1 and A3. The A3 portion on the eastern parcel is approximately 1.5 acres, and the A1 portion is approximately 14 acres. According to historical records, the A3 portion was rezoned in 1986 from the suburban single-family residential R1 to limited agriculture A3, and the A1 portion was rezoned in 1984 from the R1 to the A1. And historically, these parcels were expected to be much smaller in size, as the R1 did have a minimum lot size of 7,500 square feet. The neighboring parcels vary in size and are either developed with single-family residences or used for agriculture. To the north, are A1 lots that range from 5 acres to 24 acres. To the west are rural agricultural estate lots that range from 3.8 acres to 11.86 acres. And to the south are A2 that are at approximately 4 acres in size. Approximately 157 feet south and adjacent to the A2 parcel is a subdivision of parcels that are zoned rural residential RR and range from 0.6 acres to 1 acre in size. The parcel has a rural future land use designation. The R designation consists of areas that are a mixture of agriculture and low density residential development. The rural areas provide a transition between the agriculture and the urban uses. The rural designation does have a density requirement of 1 dwelling per 5 acres. However, within the rural designation, a density allowance may be increased to 1 dwelling unit per 1 acre under specific conditions if the project meets all 3 criteria. The first criteria is the subject parcel is within 660 feet of an existing subdivision with a density less than 1 dwelling unit per 5 acres. Criteria 2 is the subject parcel is adjacent to an urban land use. And criteria 3, the appropriateness of the rezoning to the surrounding area. The rezoning itself met criteria 1 and criteria 3, but did not meet criteria 2. So therefore, staff's recommendation is for denial due to the parcel not meeting the criteria being adjacent to an urban land use. I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Ray. Any questions for staff? Is the applicant present? Can I get you to come forward, sir? Can I get your name and address for the record?
Yes, Tim Keefe, 4765 North Tomoka Drive, De Leon Springs.
Okay, you've heard the staff report. Anything you'd like to add to it?
I was just under the impression when I started this process that being that where my house sits is continuous and contiguous with that property, that I could divide it into 2 lots.
Okay. All right. And what gave you that impression that it?
Well, that's what I was told.
Okay.
By your
You know,
realtor?
when I went into the zoning and planning.
Okay. Okay. All right. We would have to discuss that with staff. I don't know who would have told you that, but okay. All right. Anything else you'd like to add to it?
Well, that's it. That's why I continued the process. I mean, you
Okay.
know, paid a lot for surveys and everything to get
Okay.
it done.
All right. Mr. Costa, you had a question for the applicant?
Yeah, since he's on that subject. So you own both pieces currently?
Yes.
And you're living on the smaller A3 piece at this point in time?
Yes.
Okay. And the larger the one that's currently zoned A2, is just wooded land?
Yes.
You're using it for grazing or agricultural purpose? Nothing, just,
No, just grazing.
You
It's
just-
not grazing, just, yeah. The
Just
rest
land.
of the property is pastures that was for grazing.
okay. What's your road access from your current lot?
North Tomoka Drive, it's asphalt.
Is the dotted lines the property line? Yes?
Yeah, what happened?
Hang on, I'm asking.
Are the
something.
blue dotted lines?
Yeah, uh-huh.
The blue dotted lines are from showing the previous rezonings. The proper. Could you put the aerial up, please? Well, that doesn't really. It's not very clear either. Sorry, go back to the zoning map. But yeah, so the dotted line itself is just showing the different zonings. It's not the property line.
So his property line goes all the way to Zamoka?
Yes. Oh,
Okay, I'm just, because I'm looking at it here, first thing I'm thinking, it's landlocked.
no.
It's
Yeah,
not, okay,
no.
all right.
No, sir. Sorry.
Okay, I got you. All right, so the intent is you want to get this to rezone, to subdivide it, to be able to do what, build 2 more houses on there?
Well, it's for future use. I was going to leave it one lot to my son and one to my daughter.
Gotcha.
At some point.
Okay.
All right.
All right,
Do we
we'll see
have
how this
any other-
goes. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, do we have any public participation for this case?
No, sir.
All right, we're going to close the floor, public participation of commission discussion or a motion.
Mr. Erson's going to make a motion.
Go ahead.
Forward rezoning application case number Z25006 to the county council for final action with the recommendation of denial.
I'll second.
Got a motion on the floor to forward the rezoning application Z25006 to the county council for final action with a recommendation of a denial. Any, with a second from Mr. Urson and
No, he made the motion. I made the second.
yeah, Mr. Urson,
Motion two.
and then with
Second by Shelley.
Ms. Shelley, yeah. Go ahead, Ms. Craig.
Curious why the staff is recommending denial.
So it does meet all the criteria except for that one, for the rezoning, that it is not adjacent to an urban land use. So it would not meet that density criteria. So that's the only little part.
Yeah, the comprehensive plan requires that you meet all those criteria. And we recognize that it meets most of them, but not that specific one about the urban land use. But as pointed out, there is urban style development pattern because of the historic Tomoka Woods subdivision. But the technicality of the comp plan requires you to comply with each criteria, and it does not fully meet each criteria.
Ms. Shelley?
Yes, I seconded the motion, but I will not be voting in favor of that motion.
So my understanding is the motion would be a recommendation of denial.
Correct.
That's
Correct.
what he said.
That's what he said. I seconded it to
Mr.
get it out
Costa.
here.
Yeah, well, I'm looking at I'm with Ms. Shelley on this one. Looking at the proximity to that subdivision, to below it, I guess it's to the south, on Whipping Crane Lane, and that he owns both parcels. He's not purchasing it. He actually has owned it both together. I don't have a problem with the rezoning change. And what threw me off was when I saw the denial and then I saw no recommendations. If I took it as a hard until I looked deeper into it and said, well, this is right of the fence kind of thing. So that was my comment.
Yeah, because we don't condition rezoning.
I know you guys don't deal in gray. I get it.
Ms. Bush?
Thank you, Chairman. This is a question for staff. I am trying to find that urban requirement in the zoning code, and I am struggling. Can you point me to the specific requirement? Like, if I'm in Municode right now, so
It's in the comprehensive plan, not in the zoning code.
it's in the comp plan.
Yes,
Okay.
it's under the rural future land use in the comprehensive plan.
Okay.
Okay. All right, Ms. Craig.
I have one more question. If we vote for denial,
You can do another motion if it doesn't pass. We got to have an affirmative
Yes.
motion. So if it fails to pass, then you can either vote for another motion, or it can just die.
So it's the
Or
first
I can
motion,
withdraw my second.
she already
And he
did,
can withdraw his motion.
or it just
Does he
dies.
want to do that?
I mean, after further
And then make it
discussion,
for approval?
yeah.
Okay.
I'll withdraw my second.
I'll let you, do we have to go through, Mr. Soria? A motion has been made and the second is followed. The motion was for denial. They're requesting to rescind their motion. Can they do that, or do
Yes.
we have to go ahead and vote for it?
They can, the second can rescind their motion.
I did.
So long as you have not called for the vote yet, they can rescind their motion.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. Okay.
Perfect.
You want to rescind that?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay. Ms. Shelley, you want to rescind your second,
I rescinded my
obviously.
second already. Yes, sir.
Okay, well, I'll entertain another motion if you'd like to make another motion.
Yes, after discussion, I'd like to make the motion for approval. That's
Second.
Mr. Urson.
Okay, I've got a motion on the floor to forward the rezoning application case number Z25006 to the county council for final action with recommendation of approval for Mr. Urson and a second for Ms. Shelley. Any discussion on the motion? Ms. Bush?
I am just trying to comprehend this rural adjacent to urban conversation because that is really throwing me off here. So I found it in the comp plan, and I just want to understand that I'm reading this correctly. The subject parcel is adjacent, so the requirement for rural is that it is adjacent to urban land use. Is that correct?
For a requirement to lower the density from 1 to 5 acres to 1 to 1 acre, that's one of the criteria.
It's a density, if you get into the details, it's a density restriction, which is kind of different from a zoning determination.
Is it?
You can stack together different zonings to meet the density. Right, because it's just kind of reducing a density for that. Because zoning is minimum area rather than density.
The section just says subject parcel is adjacent to an urban land use. In this case, the rural land may be developed at a similar density not to exceed 1 dwelling unit per 1 acre or intensity greater than a maximum FAR of 0.25.
Yes. Density provision.
Okay. I'm thrown off by the denial. Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, Ms. Shelley, could I get the next case, please?
Yes, sir.
And here comes that 200.
Case number CPA-25-005, Small Scale Comprehensive Plan Amendment from the Agricultural Resource RAR Future Land Use FLU designation to the Urban Low Intensity ULI FLU designation. Would you like me to read in Z-25 as well?
It's a
Together, okay. And then also reading into the record, case number Z-25-005, rezoning from the prime agriculture A1 zoning classification to the urban single-family residential R3 zoning classification.
Mr. Shams, this one's yours.
Hi, good afternoon. So the applicant is requesting the future land use change from AR to ULI, and the proposed change is to develop the property with a single-family residence using the R3 zoning standards. There's also a companion rezoning application with the request. The property is approximately 1 acre that is heavily wooded and non-conforming. The site is zoned A1, which requires 10 acres. The applicant did provide a non-conforming lot letter, which established no common ownership, so it is a legal lot. They also applied for an overall development plan with land development to develop the site using R3 standards, and they received a notice of intent to approve if the land use change and rezoning were approved by County Council. The site is located east of the intersection of Shell Road and Candy Lane. Candy Lane runs north-south and bifurcates the area, as the eastern side is comprised of undeveloped land and conservation area, while the western area is developed with an urban residential subdivision ancillary to a historic campground, Daisy Lakes campsites. This subdivision was originally developed in the 1950s and 1960s and precedes the comprehensive plan. Since the subdivision and campground are historic, they were given the designation of rural recreation, RLR, and the R3 zoning classification. RLR permits limited intense use in remote rural areas along the St. Johns River. Since the subject site is new development, R3 requires the land use change to ULI as it is assumed compatible. The applicant's rationale for changing the site to ULI is to emulate the existing subdivision. However, policy 1.3.2.4 of our comprehensive plan states any vested subdivision shall not set a precedent for future development. Therefore, it does not justify encroachment of ULI into a rural area. The site is also within our natural resource management area, which requires a 50-foot upland buffer. There are wetlands on the southwest corner of the site, I believe. And when the 50-foot buffer is accounted for, there are approximately 40,000 square feet of upland area to be developed. Environmental permitting reviewed the request and did not support it, as urban growth should be directed away from agricultural areas. The request is inconsistent with the surrounding area, as the nearest ULI site is approximately half a mile south along State Road 44. The request also constitutes urban sprawl, as it does not meet 5 of the 8 criteria to discourage urban sprawl. Impacts to concurrency would be de minimis, as the site could only yield about 4 units. Overall, staff recommends forwarding to the County Council with final action of denial. I can also go through the rezoning application as well.
Yes,
so they
please.
are proposing to rezone from A1 to R3. The site itself is part of a larger natural area, and the adjacent lands have never been developed. The area has been zoned A1 from State Road 44 to the south to Highland Park Road to the north, which is approximately 2.3 miles away. Further north, there are also RC zoned area, which is our resource corridor zoning classification, which are intended for sites more environmentally sensitive. Rezoning this site to R3 would constitute spot zoning and is not supported by staff. The introduction of urban residential uses to a rural agricultural and conservation area is inconsistent with the area's original intent. For the rezoning, staff recommends forwarding to County Council with final action of denial. And I'm available for comment or question.
Mr. Costa.
Can we go back to that last slide, please? So, Mr. Shams, so if that lot was one lot to the left, we'd be talking a different story? Because it's touching up against the R3? Or would you still be a denial on your part?
It would still be a denial, simply because of the nature of that R3 is so historic, and it's a pretty clear delineation of Candy Lane that separates, historic urban residential with rural and conservation.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Is the applicant present? Good morning, sir.
Yes.
You've heard the staff report. Can I get your name and address for the record?
Gerald Lewis, 408 Caddy Drive, DeBerry.
Okay, you've heard the staff report. Anything you'd like to add to it?
No, hopefully there'll be a change in
Okay.
direction, considering the fact that it were individual parcels that we went, when I looked at it and thought, when I took a look at the property and decided to buy it, at the time was, just this basic, simple changing from A1 to R3, because it was A1, they couldn't do anything because it was 10 acres, I think it was, for agricultural. So I thought this was going to be an easy process for me to be able to build my home on that property.
Okay. All right. Any questions for the applicant? We do have a public participation form for this case, so I'll give you a chance to come back up for rebuttal. Mr. Garrett Lamsmo. Got you on the right one now? I've tried to put you all over the place today.
I'm Garrett Langmo, and I'm from 611 Domrick Drive. I own the two parcels, the parcel to the left and the right, and the parcel below that are all the agricultural land, all surrounding, and we support this zoning change. I own the parcel to the. Oh, we support this zoning change. Yeah, we support them zoning change. We don't think that it's gonna, or I don't think it's gonna significantly inhibit any of the agricultural operations. Especially it's just one lot. It's not like it's a big neighborhood development or anything like that. So we support that.
And let me repeat what you said, so because I have bad hearing, I've been told by my wife. You own to the left.
The lot to the left.
And to the right.
And then
the surrounding A1 parcels.
So the agricultural, so all of the immediate neighboring property that is zoned agriculture supports.
How many acres approximately?
Approximately 110.
You own all that.
Yeah.
But you don't own the one sliver that this gentleman has.
No, that's the only.
And you support him.
And we support this gentleman, yes, sir.
Building a single home on that site.
Yes.
Thank you.
I have a question for the gentleman.
Go ahead, Ms. Bush.
Did you sell the lot in between to this gentleman?
No.
Okay.
We, I have no, like, we never owned it or anything like that.
Okay. All right. Do we have any other public participation forms for this case?
No, sir.
All right. Would you like to come back for rebuttal? I mean, he was for you, so. Okay.
No argument.
I love it.
Well, I'm prepared to
Okay.
make a motion.
All right. We're going to close the floor for public participation, open up for commission discussion or motion. I'd like to ask staff.
Yeah.
You know, how big, if it's a non-conforming lot, and he gets a non-conforming lot letter, why would he have to change his zoning in order to build?
I believe it's a density provision.
Well, then if it's density, he's not going to get it under the R3 either.
Oh, well, no, but there's a comprehensive plan change associated with this.
Okay, I get this, but what I'm saying is, let's take out the comprehensive. Why did he just wasn't able to get a non-conforming lot letter and be able to build if it was already an existing lot?
He did.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, he did get a non-conforming lot letter. This all came from a notice of intent from our land development office to approve an overall development plan, would set him on this path. No.
It was okay. I understand now. This is not considered a vested lot, so therefore, in order to recognize the subdivision, basically they need to comply with the codes as they exist today, which triggers the comprehensive plan and the rezoning to pull a permit. If this was designated as a vested lot, then they could just go straight to building permit.
And how long has this lot been in effect?
Well, the creation of the lot is different from a vested lot. A vested lot means that in 1970, I forgot the date, you had a 76, your lot was, there was a road that was open and passable, and they could access that road, and there are lots that were specifically flagged and designated as such that we have in our records. So whenever someone comes in with one of these lots, which could have existed for a long period of time, but our codes are set up such that if you want to go straight to building permit, you need to be a vested lot. If you are not a vested lot, you have to go through the mechanism of getting kind of a one-lot site plan, and that triggers compliance with the comprehensive plan and triggers compliance with the zoning.
Okay, the adjacent subdivision there on Shell Road.
Yes.
That is a vested, those lots are vested is what you're telling me, correct?
Without having to, I can't tell you, because there's a vested lot determination, so more likely than not, yes, but we'd have to look at the files.
And you don't believe that these other three lots here was a carryover from that original subdivision?
I can't say anything of that. The only thing we have is it went through land development. They looked at whether or not this parcel was a vested lot. Turned out it wasn't a vested lot, but it's a legal non-conforming lot, which means that it predates certain codes. However, to pull a permit, it needs to go through the process we set out, to get that one lot ODP or site plan, which requires, in order to grant the site plan, a land use that allows issuance of that site plan and a zoning that allows issuance of that site plan.
Okay. All right. All right, Ms. Bush, you had a comment you'd like to make or a question?
Question of staff. If they were to maybe request the comprehensive plan amendment to say I'd have to maybe rural or another future land use designation that would be more compatible with building a single family home in an agriculture area, would staff still find recommendation for denial? Or would it be more favorable?
I think if it was a rural designation, it would be more favorable. It's just that this was, a very, compared to the area, very intense urban use.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Ashley.
I just want to bring into attention the follow on what Paula was saying. The vesting rights determination, when they look at is they're basing on this is from the Land Development Code, the subdivision action, when was the lot created? And was it a legal lot or a conforming lot of record pursuant to either a 76 or 78 tax roll? So if this property did not exist in the current configuration at that time, and it's not part of a known platted or unrecorded subdivision, which apparently it is not, therefore it is not vested. So whatever the properties, there's 3 parcels, but how they were created, they apparently were not, or at least the one in question apparently did not exist in the 1970s in its current configuration. Therefore, it is not considered vested. So if I had to go through the vesting process, and that's where, as Paulo indicated, well, you have a land use, now you got a zoning, and the idea, did it conform to the zoning at the time? Apparently it doesn't, and it doesn't today as well, based on the size, and that's where we're in this process now. I don't know, the question about whether it was a rural land use, because you still got a scenario where if it's not a good lot of record, you're going through the process to change it, and you still need a consistent zoning, or the goal would be have a zoning that's consistent with the current size and configuration of the lot, and that's partly why the R3 is looked at, because of the size of the lot and the adjacency, or similar to maybe the lots to the west in Daisy Lake.
So we don't know when that lot was subdivided out of there, correct? Is that what
I have not looked at the which was referenced on page 2 of the staff report, that overall development plan application. That would have been something the land development staff, as part of that review, would have determined. When did it first show up on the tax roll in the current configuration? Obviously, it didn't meet the test from the 70s to show it pre-existed in that configuration to make it a good lot for their purposes. And then obviously if it was, and it was a good lot and it has the A1 zoning, the non-conforming lot letter, as Steve indicated, would have been sufficient. Then instead of a rezoning, we'd probably be dealing with a bunch of variances, because the A1 zoning requires 50-foot side yard setbacks, and that would probably substantially limit what they could or could not build on this lot unless variances were granted.
So if the CPA were to be approved by council, they can't get that non-conforming lot isn't good for that lot?
Well, what's being held in abeyance is the overall development plan, the subdivision part. Subject to the comp plan and rezoning, if those passes, then that addresses the lot configuration, and allows for the ODP to be approved.
I understand that, but I think my point is, if the comprehensive plan amendment, that way he could get this non-conforming letter would be good then. Is that correct?
Yes.
Well, I think
the R3 zoning is definitely, you would rather be it conforming is the reason you're going for the R3. It doesn't necessarily have to go that route. So we would not be doing a spot zoning. We would just be doing a non-conforming letter.
I can't speak to if that's what we chose or the applicant chose the zoning, but the non-conforming lot letter, according to the report, has already been submitted as part of the overall development plan process and determined to be good, because is the parcel itself today, whether it's a good lot or not. That's a separate testing. But for nonconformity's sake, it's apparently a legal nonconforming because we apparently went back to July 28, 1980, and that's the site. The lot has been in that same configuration since that date for zoning purposes, to say that nobody's owned any other adjacent property other than that lot since that time frame.
Okay. I still don't, okay, I don't understand why we got to rezone it. I mean, once you get the CPA changed, the small scale comprehensive plan, the non-conforming letter ought to be good enough for him to be able to develop that the way he needed to be. And then we would be eliminating the spot zoning.
I think, if you do not grant the zoning and you only grant the comprehensive plan, you would be leaving the A1 setbacks on this property. They would have to come in for a variance to construct, which is, I suppose, something you could do.
Yes, my question is, what lesser of the two evils? Asking for a variance for it, but if it's a non-conforming lot, and they'd have to go through the setbacks. If you did a CPA with the variance request for the setback, then we wouldn't be doing the spot zoning. I don't want to set a precedent for going and putting residential property in the middle of agricultural property. And that's basically what we're doing. And so in order for him to be able to do something with this property, he can use a non-conforming lot, a letter, in an A1 classification and get his variances for his setbacks.
I'm with you, Chair, on this one. It's which is actually against pretty much what I normally would say, but the other gentleman owns 100 acres. We spot zone this at R3. The chances are that A1 becomes R3. Boom, 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 boom. It'll fall like dominoes. I mean, I'd be the first one to call. With a contract right off the bat. So I prefer to do, as you said, keep it as A1 and give him all the variances he needs to basically build on a non-conforming lot that's only 1 acre now without going through this whole rezoning process. I'm with you on that section.
And if it takes a comprehensive plan amendment in order to get there, I'm more inclined to move that forward. Ms. Bush, you had a comment?
Yeah, if I can add, I do agree with your sentiment in that this is, looking at this, I'm already not in favor of this, but I do think that by maybe denying this proposal for this specific urban low intensity and asking the applicant to come back with something that is more in line with the agriculture, the rural environment, for the comprehensive plan request, I think I would be able to rest more comfortably knowing that that is at least in line with what the surrounding properties are as well, instead of doing the non-conforming lot and allowing all these variances to take place. Because even with us proposing and allowing the comp plan change, who's to say that the domino effect doesn't occur on the comp plan side? And then, of course, we would then be subject to the rezoning side of things. So I would caution against that.
Is there another avenue for him to be able to get to that point without a comp plan amendment?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Is there another avenue for this gentleman to get to where he can develop his property and build a home on it without a comp plan amendment? Would there be any other avenue?
No, I don't believe so. It would have to, there would have to be a comprehensive plan amendment. You can do a site-specific restriction on a specific small-scale comprehensive plan, to kind of make it such that it doesn't act as any type of justification for additional land use amendments or anything like that. But under the existing land use, this would not be developable. So you'd have to address the density provision somehow, and then if you want to avoid variances, find an appropriate zoning that is consistent with and complies with whatever comprehensive plan designation and restriction that you put on this parcel.
Okay. Ms. Bush?
And just as a reminder for my fellow commissioners, by approving the ULI, it is allowing up to 4 dwelling units per acre, and that is not something I'm comfortable with in this zoning or in this future land use.
So you can put a restriction on it, say ULI, but no more than 1 dwelling unit on the entire parcel.
Ms. Craig, you had a comment?
Yeah, I would point out that it states that the policy says any development or platted subdivision shall not set a precedent for future development or zoning. And that speaks pretty loudly to me.
Well, a lot of the future request is determined on what it abuts, and that's my concern. You know, I mean, I don't know. I'm not comfortable with putting an R3 in the middle of an A1. That's where I'm at.
Did he not just give us an option? Is to pass the CPA and put a restriction on the ULI to 1 unit? And then we don't have to go through the rezoning portion, and then he can come back with a non-conforming lot and put it as permanent that way. And yes, we will have variances, obviously, but it eliminates the R3 zoning.
I don't know where staff is on that.
You got applicant wants to talk.
Yeah, we'll let you come back forward if you'd like to make a statement. What would you like to say? Come back to
Yeah.
the microphone.
I don't have a problem with the A1, as long as we can, or the let's say, restrictions of only putting 1 unit on there, that I don't have a problem with compliance with that. So, I mean, originally when I had set the application, I said either A1 or I thought it was an A3 or something like that, to an R3. Whatever you guys decide to leave me down, I don't care. You know, that's the whole point. You know, I don't have a problem with that at all. With some of those restrictions with setback, before you know, I think the R3, the A3 would reduce it down to a very small parcel that I could actually build on because of those restrictions. So, I mean, you know, I don't have a problem, you know, working around whatever, you know, A1, A3, R3, whatever we need to, you know, to comply, as long as there's some, let's say, I don't want to use the word variance, but, you know, compliance so that I can, you know, build a halfway decent house, you know, on that property, considering back it's 1 acre.
Looking at state A1, yes, you would definitely have to come back with your site plan for requesting variances on your side yard setbacks. I'm not sure about the front and back, but if the landowner for the surrounding A1 parcel is still in your court at that time, I mean, he'd be the only one that would have an opposition to that at that point in time. I like that better than the R3 zoning, personally.
Don't open up Pandora's box. I guess we can limit it to.
Well, still got to go to council anyway, so.
Yeah.
They may see it different.
Any other suggestions from the commission? Hopefully I didn't muddy that up too bad.
Mr. Ashley.
I just muddied the hell out of it.
Mr. Ashley's calling.
Oh, Mr. Ashley, go
Put a
ahead.
request in. One thing maybe that, I don't know procedurally if we can change this, but maybe it's a reduction in intensity. We have to re-advertise, but one option, based on the size of the property, rural land use, and 1 acre zoning that fits the current configuration would be RR, which is rural residential. Because of the rural category classification, it's the only one that's less than 150 feet of lot width. So you could make it RR as an option, 1 acre. This property couldn't be subdivided any further. The density of 1 unit per acre is the lowest of the rural land use category, and then he would have a conforming lot as far as dimensions wise. And the setbacks are a 40-foot front and rear and 15 on the sides, which
Buildable.
would probably make this site easier to build on.
Still have to go through the CPA?
Still needs the CPA and a rezoning. But we'd have, if that's redirected, I mean, we'd have to re-advertise to change what we've indicated for the, from urban low to rural in a different zoning classification.
I guess that's a question for the applicant, no?
Well, Mr. Lewis, you've got the option here. I'm going to give you the option. You can do one of two things. You can proceed with what you're requesting, or you can go ahead and proceed with the CPA, or I'll suggest the possible continuance so you can refile for your zoning. We'll have to go public notice again. You change your zoning request. I mean, whatever, I mean, because right now, I think the general consensus is no one wants to put that R3 in the middle of an agriculture.
Right. And that I can understand.
And so,
Can we go ahead with the continuance and
do you want to
move forward?
Scott, can we do that? He won't have to go through the fees again for changing the zoning classification.
We can I think we can carry forward the same application. We would have to renotice, you know, and potentially a new notice fee. But we can continue with
And
the
we
same
could
application.
still limit that ULI
Yes.
to 1 unit?
Yes, and I think what are you recommending, rural land use, or do we have to stick with the ULI?
Well, I mentioned the rural because then that takes away the density concern, because then the smallest density area, if you will, greater density of rural is 1 unit per acre, and
Okay.
versus the urban low, which does have a maximum up to 4.
So you'd be changing both the CPA and the zoning request?
We'll limit the cost. We'll carry forward the same application. But
I'd
I'd like to, yeah, I mean, if we
Right
can.
now,
do-
you're up against a headwind here
Yeah. Right.
that I don't know you're going to ever
Yeah.
overcome. And I don't know, people need to look at their zoning classifications and what they can do before you purchase. Or maybe you knew that. I don't know.
No, I just knew that we had to switch it over from A1 to R3 at the time. That's the direction that the zoning had told me to go forward with, because I did do a little background on it, but again, not to the point where there was an issue with, you know, a requirement in that whole area in itself. Just a matter of.
Well, maybe this is something to work better for you, and you still take a chance of it not going through. Just because we're changing your request doesn't necessarily you're going to get an approval from this board or the county council, because it still has to go to council on both of these. Okay? I don't want to give you the misrepresentation that, you know, you're good to go as long as we change this, because there's a possibility that it could fail here and it could fail there.
I think he would have better odds.
Oh, I know he's going to have better
you
odds.
bet. Yeah. So if you're asking for a continuance, I'd be.
I'm asking for a continuance.
Okay, can I make the motions?
Yes, sir, you can.
2 separate motions then. Make a motion that we continue case CPA-25-005 to which meeting, staff?
We'd have to re-advertise.
60 days you need?
Give us 60 days.
60 days?
But it may come back as a re-advertised application anyway.
Okay, all right. So
After
the
preserve notice.
motion to continue case CPA-25-005 for 60 days?
Or should he withdraw this request?
No. We want him to keep
Yeah,
the same
keep it active, so
application.
they don't have to charge him
Okay.
again.
We want to save him money.
I need a second.
Second
I'll
that.
second. Okay, she's got it.
Okay, I've got a motion on the floor to continue case CPA 25005 and case Z 25005.
I haven't made that motion yet.
Pardon me?
I haven't made that one yet.
005. Oh, you haven't?
No.
Oh,
We were doing them separately, but I
Okay,
could,
now I'll take the first one first.
all right.
CPA 25005 from Mr. Costa and a second from Ms. Bush. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, I'll take the second motion.
Motion to continue case Z-25-005 for 60 days.
I'll second.
Oh,
I got a motion on the floor to continue Z25005 from Mr. Costa and a second from Ms. Bush. All those, any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Good luck, Mr. Lewis.
Yeah. Okay, we're gonna move right into, what is this? Yeah. Yep.
I'm ready.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Shelley. Can I get the next case, please?
You certainly may. Case number Z-25-007, rezoning from the rural agriculture A2 zoning classification to the transitional agriculture A3 zoning classification.
And Mr. Chair, this should actually be heard together with the next case.
All right.
Z25002.
Okay.
And I will read in case number Z-25-002, rezoning from the rural agriculture A2 zoning classification to the transitional agriculture A3 zoning classification.
Thank you, Ms. Shelley. Ms. Shams, Mr. Shams, this one's yours.
All right, good afternoon again. So this is a county-initiated administrative of a non-conforming 0.07 acre parcel, so it's about 3,100 square feet, from A2 to A3. Most of the properties in the immediate area are currently non-conforming to A2, as A2 requires a 5-acre lot area, and this limits their ability to aggregate land and obtain building permits, resorting to a classification consistent with the rural future land use with a lower minimum lot area threshold that closely matches existing lot size will alleviate the burden on potential property owners. This parcel was identified due to its proximity to a set of 4 parcels being targeted for redevelopment by the second case, Z25002. They are also proposing a rezoning from A2 to A3. Since the site is less than 10 acres, there's a Florida statute that permits the county to administratively zone the property with additional mailed notice. The subject site is located between 2 of these parcels. You can kind of see on the screen. Our subject site is located just north of the small rectangle near West Minnesota Avenue. So it's that little green sliver is the subject site. The nonconformity is a direct result of how the area was platted in May 1925, so about 100 years ago, as part of the Country Club Estates Southeast Subdivision. In this plat, each lot is approximately 3,125 square feet. The area was zoned A2, which requires a minimum lot area of 5 acres. And to meet the A2 requirements, a potential property owner would need to aggregate at least 70 lots to build one home. The surrounding area is a mixture of A2 and A3 on the north side of West Minnesota Avenue, and a mix of A3, R4, and R6 on the south side. In addition, most home sites in the A2 portion range between 0.65 acres and 3.25 acres. The site also has a rural future land use designation. Based on the minimum area requirements of applicable zoning classes, A3 is the only classification in the area that also provides the lowest area requirement. So though the parcel would not meet the A3 requirements, it would make the parcel less non-conforming and provide a reduced threshold for prospective property owners. According to the Volusia County Tax Collector, the subject site has been delinquent on property taxes since 1999, and the tax certificates have been issued and purchased by different individuals on an annual basis. However, due to the site's nonconformity with the A2 zoning class, each property owner has been unable to develop it. The county is proposing to administratively rezone this parcel to reduce the nonconformity that prevented adequate use. Though this application is specific to one parcel, the county has identified this as a systemic challenge for all property owners of this subdivision. This application presents an opportunity to analyze a potential administrative rezoning of the larger A2 zoned area north of West Minnesota Avenue. to alleviate the burden on owners. For example, northeast of this site, there is a large grouping of lots that are all owned by different owners. None of these can be developed. The site has a rural future land use designation, which typically allows a density of 1 unit per 5 acres. However, staff does believe this meets the criteria to allow 1 unit per 1 acre. Based on the size of adjacent parcels, the predominance of single-family residential uses, and the two areas of A3 zone property near the site, the proposed A3 zoning is consistent with the surrounding area and consistent with the comprehensive plan. So overall, staff recommends forwarding to County Council with a recommendation of approval. So for the second rezoning, this is specific to the parcels seen on screen. The applicant is proposing to rezone 4 undeveloped sites totaling about 5 acres from A2 to A3. They are planning to construct a single-family home and potentially subdivide in the future. 3 of the 4 parcels, the ones ending, I'll just point them out. So there is the larger black rectangle that has 2 parcels within it, one in the southwest corner and the rest of it. And then there is the parcel just south. Those are contiguous. And the 4th parcel is on the next screen, and that is comprised of lots 47 and 48, which is separated by the administrative rezoning parcel, which is lot 46. They're also proposing to vacate the right-of-way of 20th Street. So in total, they would, well, not in total, but they would have 1 continuous site with the right-of-way vacation. The site is comprised of many small lots in the subdivision. In total, there are 71 individual lots, and they're also planning to vacate the right-of-way. So the surrounding area is a mixture of A2 and A3, as I mentioned previously. In total, the 3 contiguous parcels and the unopened right-of-way are approximately 5.05 acres and would meet the requirement of A2 if they were combined. However, due to the plat layout and unopened right-of-way of 20th Street, none of the individual parcels meet the A2 requirements in their current configuration. We examined this for the rural future land use designation, and we also believe the site meets the criteria of 1 unit per 1 acre. The site will be served with potable water by Orange City and will have a septic tank for wastewater. So staff recommends approval for this application as well. I'm available for comment or question.
Okay, Mr. Shams, I guess this is more of a legal question. If there's multiple tax certificates on the 007, can you actually change the zoning?
Yes.
You can.
Florida statute allows local government to administratively rezone properties. We are making sure we're not taking away any rights. This makes it easier to develop. They get the same, it's still an agricultural zoning. If they can manage to fit a house on there, they can. It's just, it would be easier to do so. So we are not removing any rights to develop that the property already has under its existing configuration. We're actually making it a little bit easier to do so.
Okay.
But statute does allow
I
us to
just
administer
I was curious about that, that's all. Okay. All right, the applicants present. Come on forward, sir. State your name and address for the record.
Good afternoon. I haven't seen his angle in a while, so thank you. David Santiago, 2631. This is actually my daughter's property, and
How does it
she was
feel
too
over there
nervous.
instead of over here?
She was too nervous. She says, Dad, I can't do this. So I'm just here to answer any questions and any feedback you need. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any questions for the applicant? Okay, hearing none. Okay, Ms. Bush.
A question. Have you approached, I guess, the certificate owners of the parcel in between to purchase that and try to combine it all?
Yeah, because, yes, there are several owners, and can imagine it's extremely difficult to work through that. And because it hasn't yet converted into a tax deed yet, it can't be done that yet. Our intent is to eventually try to do that, because you can't build anything on that small little slither. So that's our ultimate goal.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, do we have any public participation forms for this case?
No, sir.
Okay, we're going to close the floor for public participation, open up for commission discussion or a motion. We'll take each individual one.
Who's this here?
I'll be glad to make a motion.
Hold on just a second.
Oh,
Oh.
please.
Okay, did you fill out a form, sir?
Oh, you,
Yes,
Yeah.
you need a form.
he didn't fill the form out.
Yeah, you go ahead and state your name and address, and then what you can do is, once you have spoken, just fill out a form and give it to Miss Summers to my immediate left over there. I'm having bad problems today. Gosh.
All right, got it. My name is Attorney Matt DeBoer. I represent Gretchen Romaine. She's a property owner that owns an adjacent lot that is actually to the south and west. And if we could get the other lot map put back up, please, and show. Okay. So if you look at the small lot that is the subject of the prior application for the 3,125-foot lot, that little sliver to the west of that is a lot that looks like a Tetris piece. So it's in the shape of an L. And so my client, Gretchen Romaine, does own that property. Her house at the inside corner, right where the mouse pointer is, her house is located right where the mouse pointer is. And the house is literally less than 10 feet away from the property lot of the property that's owned by Gabriel Santiago, the applicant. So my client is very concerned that all of this is wooded acreage right now. It's not adjacent to any urban land. In fact, it's very rural. There are a lot of gopher tortoises, and there's housing that is the historical housing to the south. So, and as you can see from the aerial map of the area, it's just very rural. And so we're concerned that that the gopher tortoises, the fact that this is very rural, all of the neighbors are concerned about this development and making sure that it all goes according to plan. So we do, for the reasons I've stated, request that the board deny the rezoning application.
Okay. Ms. Craig, you had a question you'd like to ask? Okay.
Please
All
turn
right,
on your
sir.
mic.
I'd like to, okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have any other public participation for this?
No, sir.
Okay, I'm going to give the applicant a chance for rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've spoken to Ms. Gretchen, and she's expressed an interest to, in the future, give her some more buffer, maybe do a land swap, because she has that L. We just haven't gotten to that point yet. I am open to it, and I've spoken to her attorney that after this process, we was just on a timeline that we had to build this house. So the goal is to acquire and swap a little bit there. It's going to be easier for me, and it's going to be give her more buffer there on that 10-foot. So I hope we can get there in the future.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Craig?
Thank you. I was chugging along okay with this until I realized that they're planning on doing a septic for their wastewater. And I was wondering, is there no provision for city-provided utility?
I think
Okay,
the
I
staff
will tell you
report
this.
said city water, but not sewer.
It's not available for sewer?
Not even close.
Sewer's not in that area? No.
Okay.
But I will tell you this from my experience, it is in a preferred focus area, and it will be required to put in an ATU, which is an advanced treatment unit, which is a system that actually treats the effluent at a greater length, no different than you would get from a reclaimed water when it comes back. Okay, any other questions? We're gonna close the floor for public participation, open up for commission discussion or a motion.
I'll be glad to make a motion.
Okay.
Okay, let's take one at a time.
Case, I'll start with Z-25-007. My motion is that we recommend approval. That we
Mr.
forward the rezoning to the county council for final action with a recommendation of approval.
Okay. I second that.
Okay. I got a motion on the floor to forward the rezoning application case number Z25007 to the county council for final action with recommendation of approval for Ms. Shelley and a second for Mr. Urson. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
I will make a motion on the next case.
Okay, go ahead.
Case Z25002, make a motion to forward to county council with approval.
Second.
Okay, I've got a motion on the floor from Mr. Sixma to forward the rezoning classification application. Case number Z25002 to the county council for a final action with recommendation of approval, and a second for Mr. Costa. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay. That kind of does it for the business of today, so we're going to move right into, do we have any other public items?
Excuse me. Sir, I need you to fill out this form.
Sir?
Sir? Excuse me.
Just kidding. He's got in there.
Hey.
Not Santiago, the other guy.
No, I know, the one
The attorney for the last case, can you please
We need
fill
you
out
to
the
come
public
up here.
request?
There's a yellow form to your left, right there. Yeah.
Lost control.
Okay. Any other public items?
And then turn it in.
No, not that I know of.
Okay. Any staff items?
No,
Staff comments?
not today, no.
Commission comments?
Sir.
Ms. Bush?
We had discussed having staff go back and look at a few code items. One, the church setbacks, as well as the mobile home minimum size requirement. So I do anticipate getting some results on that in the next meeting or so. I understand that you guys are busy. But there is a third item that I'd like to bring up for discussion. I did email staff last week and then had to follow up because I didn't get a response back. And this is to something that I've been bringing up, I think, in the last two meetings, and that's the impervious surface ratio. It is under a general development design criteria in section 72-611. Thank you, Mr. Ashley, for providing that information for me so I didn't have to go look through the land development code for that. But it is general and it's across all of the zoning districts. And in my past experience, those types of requirements have been tied to the zoning requirements. So I would like to ask that we review that and see if we can either modify that requirement and tie it to the zoning inclusive to the lot coverage. Because typically, in my experience, you have an ISR and an FAR that's required and tied to the zoning district. I do think that 80% for any lot is excessive. If I have 10 acres, then I can concrete 8 acres of it. And if we don't think that that's exasperating flooding issues in the county, then we're in denial. And I think that's something that we really need to reevaluate. And I think that's something pretty easy that we can look at and tie that to the zoning district. In the city that I used to work for, that was a requirement for each zoning district. There were different requirements for the ISR. And I do think that that's important, especially as we continue to develop and we continue to deal with the stormwater runoff and flooding issues that we're experiencing as existing residents and new residents. So I would like to have that discussion. If the commission is favorable to that, having staff look at that.
I have no problem with it, especially when it comes to densities. I think there may be a cutoff, maybe where if it's depending upon the density classification, not required on all, but if you get into your PUDs where you, the high densities, I'm right there with you on that.
And I mean, even limiting it in, agriculture. I own an agriculture zoned property. I have 14 acres. So technically I could concrete a lot of it and I would have to come through site plan review, or I would have to get, maybe not even a certain building permit if it's all driveway, right? And so I do think that that's something that we should regulate and we should limit. And I think that that's why I would like it to be applied to any and all zoning districts, specifically to the PUDs, but in addition to agriculture land, because that is something that, as we have farm equipment and things, we do need those places to park those vehicles. I totally understand. I have big vehicles that I park on concrete pads, but I'm also, trying to adhere to allowing for stormwater runoff, especially because I live on a lake. And that is something that I'm very concerned about. So I did bring this up to staff. It was suggested that I bring it up to this council to forward this request to staff to look into.
Okay, Mr. Urson, you had a comment?
Oh, my concern is about the minutes and why they were not produced. The minutes of the last meeting.
Oh.
Let's address this first. As far as can staff look at that? I mean, is the rest of the commission members in favor of that?
Discussion I have no problem with. More regulation I have a big problem with. So we can discuss it all day long.
Okay.
Sure. And just the way that it works in our land development code is it's part of the subdivision design standards. So, if I have 10 acres and I come in and I've got the appropriate zoning and the land use, the code says I need to propose or get my engineer to design a stormwater system, and the engineer picks an ISR, but that ISR can't go above 80%. So they provide a construction plan, a PPL, that kind of has a typical section of each lot, and that lot has a presumed maximum ISR, and that maximum ISR dictates their stormwater. So most of the ISRs, the predominant ISR that we see from the applicants is 65%, presuming a 50-foot lot, 125 feet in depth. Their typical section is 65% ISR, accommodates the house, accommodates a potential pool, accommodates a driveway. So that's the way it currently works in the land development scheme that you see, when it's a building permit or subdivision design.
Well, maybe we should be looking at whether the ISR, if that's 80% is appropriate.
It's
because of the issues that we are experiencing.
It's the maximum. So, the higher ISR that an engineer picks on the lot, the more that dictates the capacity of their stormwater design. So if they say, I'm going to do 75%, that results in larger stormwater design criteria. So it's kind of, do I want to maximize the lot, or do I want to build bigger stormwater ponds? Is the trade-off that a design professional has to do when providing those documents and setting that ISR on a construction plan basis.
Okay. Ms. Bush, you wanted to make a comment on
just,
this?
when we're approving additional accessory structures that are twice the size or 3 times the size of the existing, they're not submitting stormwater plans to you, right? They're just submitting the building permits, and they're not necessarily having to meet those requirements. So where is that additional stormwater gonna go? And that's something that we're not addressing. And that's why I would like to tie it to the zoning and not just make it an 80% overall. And I do think that in industrial and commercial, 80% might be appropriate. In the city that I work for, that was what the ISR requirement allowed, including, and that tied into the FAR as well. But on residential, when we're allowing these types of building permits to continue, for driveways to be added, for these types of things, we're not taking that into consideration. And that happens over a larger space. Then again, where is that stormwater going? And now the public utilities and people's private property are impacted because we're not considering those little minute changes that are being made to the built environment.
Okay. All right. So we're done there, correct?
I do have a question. One of the first items request was look at the minimum floor area. Was it just specific to the mobile home? Because that was a mobile home case. You're asking for all residential classifications, so they all have a floor area, minimum floor area requirement.
It was just specific to mobile homes, the minimum size requirement for a mobile home being 720. That's what I wanted to reevaluate.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Urson, your question.
Oh, sorry. The minutes of the last meeting. I'm just wondering why they were not produced, especially with a member absent.
The minutes weren't ready for publication. They're still being reviewed.
Oh, okay. So the next month then.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Mr. Costa.
Yeah, I had 3, but I want to just cut it to 1. Has our parking situation changed?
No, sir. We sent the request, and they did the best they could to accommodate. Unfortunately, the Athens is going through some construction as well as ours, and they moved them from the front of Florida to the side of the Athens, but I wasn't aware of that, so I could tell you.
I was going to say, yeah, it would have been nice to know after I parked out the back 40 and had to walk. Then I saw the cones, and I wasn't sure if it was for construction or for us.
Yeah, I wasn't aware that they had to move them.
So we'll know for next meeting where we're going to be?
Yes, sir. They
right.
should be back to the normal.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Any other commission comments? Press and citizen comments? This meeting is adjourned. Yeah, that's hers too. They'll pick that up. You need to change your plans, my friend. I've seen them go as long as 4 or 5 o'clock.
Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Test 1 2. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2. Test 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3. Testing 1 2. Test 1 2 3 4. Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Testing 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3. Testing 1 2, test 1 2 3. Test. Testing 1 2, test 1 2 3. Testing, 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 testing. Test 1 2, test 1 2 3 4. Testing. Test 1 2. Test 1 2 3 4. Test 1 2. Testing 1 2 3 4. Test. 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 Hello, testing 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3 4. Testing 1 2. Test 1 2 3 4. Test 1 2 3 4. Testing testing 1 2 3 4. Test 1 2, testing 1 2 3 4. Test 1 2, test 1 2 3 4. Testing 1 2 3 4. Testing 1 2. Test 1 2 3 4. Testing 1 2 3 4. Test test test. Testing 1 2 3 4. Testing 1 2 3 4. Test test test. Testing 1 2, test 1 2 3 4. Testing, 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 testing. Test, test, test. Testing 1 2, test 1 2 3 4. Test, 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 test. Testing 1 2, test 1 2 3 4. Testing 1 2 3 4. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test. Testing 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3, 4. Test. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Test, test, test. Test, 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 testing, test, test, test. Test 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing and testing some more. Test 1, 2. Test, test, test. Testing, testing, testing. Testing 1 2, test 1 2 3 4, test, 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 testing 1 2, test. Testing 1 2. Test 1 2 3 4. Testing 1 2. Test 1 2 3 4. Testing 1 2 3 4. Test 1 2 3 4. Test. Testing 1 2. Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Test 1 2.